Redemption begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you in me. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Gotta unmute myself. Hello, checkers and pleasers. What's up? Welcome back to Check Please.
Hello, this is Check Please, the live play game. Here we are once again. I'm Beardy, your game master.
Hello.
And over here,
my name is Keni. My name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman, the little shy wizard boy.
I'm Skrewy. Wait, no, I'm Grem. We're sadly short of Skrewy, but
I miss him.
I'll be playing our Valentino once again.
And I'm Grem, Shane, and I play Xander.
And I'm Xeno. I play Zu'lin.
Yeah. So there is a Stavik-sized hole in all of our hearts tonight, as he is away.
Doing things.
But we'll do our
Stavik
best without him.
as well.
Yeah, it's like a Megia fault in our heart.
Well, there's just a skull shape in my heart for some reason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like heart bones.
Yeah, your heart bones. You know about your heart bones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, you drink enough milk, you should be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think Stavik can drink milk though. Sadness.
I don't know.
He can. He can probably bathe in it.
Yeah. What if that heals his bones?
We should try.
You know what?
Stavik, you need to take a milk bath.
He's in chat.
Love you.
Yeah, put Stavik in a milk bath, see if it regenerates him. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, but anyway, sadly Stavik is not here tonight, so we will have to press on without him. So, does anyone want to recap what happened last time?
No.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll just move on. So
No.
I'll Okay, let's go.
You're welcome to recap, Shane. Go ahead.
Okay, so we started off, I believe, with Tovers telling us that Lady Dupree wanted to chat with us. So we went to the Dupree Manor and had absolutely awful manners, just god-awful manners.
Awful manners
they
in the
probably
manor.
heard all sorts of stuff about how we would, since the coppers are eating out of the palm of our hands, we could basically do anything and they let us get away with it. Stavik stole some cigarettes for some reason, even though he can't
smoke them.
Smoke them. He was like, yeah, I need these cigars for some reason. After he was like, I don't break laws, just to be clear. 5 minutes later.
I don't break laws. I just tell lies.
Yes, exactly. We had breakfast with Lady Dupree, who apparently is just really missing her husband a lot, and that's why she's so mean to everyone. But she has lovely children. She's got Isabella, who's a very, very sweet girl who has the attention span of a goldfish. There is Raphael, who is the hot one. There is Lorenzo, who is the smart one who wants to investigate the murders, but his mom doesn't really approve of that.
Moms, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and then we've got Alessandra, who is the black sheep of the family, who does not really like acting like a noble. And she's definitely flirting with Valentino.
They've slept together.
More than flirting.
I like that. Flirting. Yeah. We'll stick with that for the flirting.
I thought chronology was really important. Anyways, Isabella decided to give a tour. Worst tour ever. This is the stairs room. This is the music room.
It was
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. It was the greatest
Why
tour
are
of
you
all
guys
time.
still staring at me? Oh, tour? You want to go on a tour? Who's gonna
do the tour?
But anyways, that was great.
That was a perfect
Alessandra
scene.
and Valentino went off to a room to apparently there was like fighting involved. I don't know.
What was the room? Was it the study room? I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was something.
They were
there was
studying.
some intense studying going on.
Lots of
They
studying.
were
Yeah, I'm
learning
sure.
a lot.
Anatomy specifically.
At the same time, Lorenzo was up in his room with a murder board showing Louie and Xander. They actually got to see the marking for the first time, Louie at least.
Yeah.
Because, he throws up when he sees dead bodies. We didn't really determine anything new from what he had, but he seemed very excited about coming to our new residence to,
Right.
Add in any new leads that he could find or maybe like bother us a little bit, which Louie didn't seem very happy about.
I mean, Lou's seen the symbol before. Zu'lin showed it.
You said it wasn't
Zu'lin
a very...
showed him something.
I was told that it wasn't readable enough to get anything from it. You shitty ass shit drawer.
Then we saw a bunch of paintings, which included blobs that looked a lot like us, and lots of birds with hats, and then also maybe the killer who was really freaky. So we all met back up and realized that maybe this girl can like see the future because that painting was from like 2 years ago. In any case, we all skedaddled out of there and decided to go through the park to Detlev's place, the library, where we found a really cursed damn book of Owen after being like, I hate God shit. Oh, Detlev, give me the old book, my favorite old book.
It wasn't
and then
his
he picked it up,
favorite.
and then he started dying when he touched it, as one
As
does
you do.
when you touch an Owen book. Which we found out Stavik helped translate. These are the documents that he was like, I did some stuff with Owen before. Don't worry about it.
Some weird stuff in college.
Would have been really helpful to know that what it
Right,
was
right.
ahead of time instead of having to do
Yeah,
what Louis
Louie's
had to
bleeding out on the
do.
floor, and Stavik's like, yes, all of these words are familiar. I translated them word for word.
I remember the floor bleeding too. That's you know what? You really jogging my memory here.
Fuck you.
But remember, Stavik was unable to read them.
It's true.
Well, again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. And then Stavik found out that apparently Xander would die if he tried to read the book, and then, like all the things that Stavik does, he decided not to share this information with anyone else. So then we went to the Temple of Owen, at which point we found that there were a bunch of Gigarian worshippers. Thanks, Valentino. Well, I don't know if they're really worshippers anymore. They're more like chicken nuggets at this point.
Fully dismembered. Yeah.
Not crispy yet, though.
They're kind of soggy, actually, from what the description was like. And then we also found a message that was like, do better.
Girl.
And then another message in dust,
Ashes.
that was like, not me.
Not me.
Yes.
And that's kind of
think
where we
we-
left off next to the non-existent guardian now.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I kick myself a lot for fucking sending those guys to the temple instead of to the bakery, but also for not telling the coppers, because it would have been really funny if that happened to them.
I'm not offended by coppers dying as Keni.
Yeah.
I feel like
That would have been,
I feel like Louis would still be bothered because it's unnecessary death.
Does Louis feel
Yeah,
bad about the
basically.
Gigarians?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Being dead?
he was
Okay.
very upset. They're still just people, even if he doesn't like that they worship. He said a couple episodes ago, I don't hate people for worshiping the gods. I hate the gods. He mostly feels bad for people who worship the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
All right. So you find yourselves in the basement of the Owen Temple. Once again, you are in the southwest part of it, and where you before saw that guardian statue, now you find only dust in the corner there, and written out in the dust are the words, "Not me."
We need token vision, just so you know.
Yeah. And I will
Apologies.
get a lantern.
Yeah, if
Maybe
anything, I'll
might
have
just not have
dancing light
Yeah.
on myself.
Yeah, we'll get a light source going here.
Thank you.
Apologies. There you are.
Give me that blue light, baby. What did this?
Well, it wasn't me.
What?
Not me.
That's what
Oh,
it says. Nice.
It's so dumb.
It was perfect. Thank you. Take a reroll for that.
I'm gonna kill
Thank you.
myself.
Yeah. You don't get a real for that. Not me. What do you suppose that could represent?
All right, Louie, you are standing in the ash pile now.
Oh, it's a big ash pile.
Yeah, it covers pretty much the whole southwest
It's
part
a
of the room.
big ash pile.
It's a big ash
Would-
pile, that's right.
I would recommend we stay out of the ashes just in case.
Sorry.
You see no other footprints in it, by the way. So only Louie's footprints go into it.
All right. How about we collect some?
This doesn't make any
Yes.
sense. We already been down there.
Well, there was still stuff down there. It's weird that... Why would it kill it if it was deactivated? That's the weird
Yeah,
part.
exactly. That's what I mean.
Well, then the most logical answer would be that it wasn't deactivated.
It was just destroyed for no reason.
Yeah,
Well, I would imagine that if it was deactivated, there would be no reason to destroy it. So if it was destroyed, then it must have been activated.
So, like, he thought it was deactivated, and then went over, and it flipped out, and he had to blow it up? Yeah, like, that's the only scenario I see here where if this person was avoiding this room up until now, why did they suddenly decide that now is the moment to go downstairs?
We're also assuming that it was the killer who
I
did
mean-
this.
I'm just running through the possibilities. That seems like the only person still alive here.
Well, do you have a different idea?
Well, we didn't get a chance to thoroughly investigate the body, so we don't know if people arrived beforehand and someone dealt with this and then they were killed after. The timeline's unclear, currently at least.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose that would that help.
But I think we should probably collect the ashes. What about the room with the message and the other bodies?
I can collect the ashes. Do you guys want to just go check on it? I can't, so...
Yeah, Zu'lin will head over to the door and open it up. He finds 17 new bodies.
Yikes.
Zu'lin, you open the door to the east, and you reveal the room where you found quite a bit in here before. The following lines of, he is watching and must be fed. The circle of rebirth, no, something else. I am waiting, find me, are still in the room, written in the now well-dried blood of these two bodies that you've, I believe, thoroughly examined and performed autopsies on.
Yes.
So,
One thing we didn't examine the last time was you had described that there were blankets or rags in one of the corners.
yeah,
I would like to take a look at those.
sure. You find that the blankets appear to be, upon closer inspection, they are waterproof bags.
They were carried in here.
It looks like they're made of like a treated canvas, and the inside is pretty nasty, filled with dried gore.
So these are like big bags.
Like almost like a sleeping bag.
My hypothesis before was, since there was no blood anywhere else and these people seem to have been killed in this room, the killer must have somehow either brought them in here magically or carried, but this makes sense now.
You'd think that someone would notice someone carrying such a odd-looking bag.
It's some fucking rich coming from Zu'lin.
You
Yeah.
would think so. You would think so. Then again, there have been no eyewitness accounts of the killer or any suspicious individuals like that for the past month, so clearly the killer is quite skilled. And he'll walk back out.
Okay, you walk back out and you see that Louie and Bastion are both working on sort of sweeping up and collecting some of the ashes on the floor.
Louie's using Mage Hand to do it and kind of just holding a bag out for it.
Yeah, Bastion has like a piece of cloth, using it as sort of a makeshift broom.
I'd like to detect magic on it.
On the makeshift cloth?
The
ashes.
The ashes.
I know it's a joke. All right, so you use your detect magic, and as you sweep it through the area, you find the dust to be mundane. There are no auras upon the dust at all.
Okay.
I'll be helping out with sweeping it up using like Mage Hand or whatever.
Thanks, Val.
Digitation.
Cool. So you manage to sweep a bunch of it up, and using one of Zu'lin's empty bottles, you can bottle up all of this ash if you would like.
I assume we're leaving the message. I think we should leave all the writing where it is.
We could write "No you" or something.
He didn't
That is
reply
probably
to
the
our
best
last
idea you've had all day.
message, did he?
It was a joke. Did he in the blood room? The gore room? The gore room? Did he respond?
I forgot we fucking did that shit.
Now, what did you write in there?
We're waiting for you. Period.
Just no answer.
Probably didn't even go in there.
Probably didn't give a shit.
Probably not.
Look at these scrubs.
It just says lol where.
Here, where you at?
New phone, who dis? Yeah, Louie will pocket the ashes, and
Okay.
he'll kind of move most of the ashes to the corner without disturbing the message part, just so that it's not walkable, because Xander was worried about that.
Okay. Well, Louis, on your character sheet, if you would like to add Guardian Ashes
Okay.
into the miscellaneous section of your inventory, you're welcome to do so. And we'll just, again, say that it's in a small vial with a cork stopper.
Just make sure to mark it as cursed.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'll
Yeah.
take care of that.
They'll give an even better curse.
So, what should we do?
Well, should we go downstairs?
Seems like the next logical choice. Find out what the fuck happened down there.
All right. And if anything, we can clear out any...
Should we check all these doors first? See if the
Well,
killer is still here.
okay. I'll try this one.
Also, I just gotta say out of character, Skrewy, we're not doing this without you on purpose. I just realized the irony.
Well, now we don't have to worry about a killer coming back, because before we were like, oh, let's try to be subtle so that maybe we can catch him, but it doesn't matter
Speak
anymore.
for yourself. Speak for yourself, Grem.
I can't open this door. Do any of the other ones work over there?
What, like it's locked?
Where's Stavik when you need him?
Yeah, these are all... I mean, I could try to, like, maybe pick them open, I guess.
Yeah, I could get some of these.
It's either that or I blast them.
I'd rather we open them carefully to see if there's any evidence inside.
Okay, I'll stand away then.
Oh, we'll go for the. We'll try and pick the lock on this one. Well,
All right.
Bastion gets
That was a
one.
lovely click.
Bastion. Yep. Bastion walks up, gets his thieves' tools out, and quickly picks the lock successfully. I'll take a disabled device from Valentino as well. Valentino, that I'm afraid is not quite enough. The lock evades you. You may try again if you'd like.
It was
I will
15
try
for the
again.
podcast.
Yes. Things made for fucking tall people, I swear. Oh, I rolled the wrong thing last time anyway.
It was diplomacy. Oh no.
That's true. That was
Yes.
diplomacy. Yeah. Didn't even
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. In this case, Valentino, you take out your thieves' tools and you very quickly are able to pick the lock.
Didn't convince the lock to open just by talking to it.
Please.
Come on, just let me in. You know it's coming.
You know me. Come on. You know I am on the list. Let's
I'm on every list. You don't ask.
Um,
All right, well, I'll keep going along, just unlocking them. I'm going to open them yet until we're all gathered together. Actually, you know what?
Xander is going to be sitting cross-legged, seemingly meditating.
Okay. Louie, you listen at the door, and you don't hear anything on the other side. Now, recall that when you were here last time, I mentioned that there were only footprints leading up to the door that you
Yeah.
already went into. So
I
it doesn't look like...
I was looking to see if there was anything weird on it that could possibly cause damage to us if we opened it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm not really
Check it.
worried about other people as I am worried
Gotcha.
about.
Checking for traps. Checking for
Yeah.
traps. Okay. Yeah, you don't notice any traps on the door. But it does seem that no one's been in here for quite some time. But it is unlocked now, and Bastion will kind of nod toward the door while looking at you. It's open when you're ready.
Oh, okay.
Or you want me to? I mean, I can go first.
No,
if you want.
I can do it. Louie just pokes his head in.
Right, Louie, you pop the door open, and inside you find a storage room that appears to be empty. It looks like it was shut and locked a long time ago, but it is devoid of anything.
Nothing's in here.
It seems like when this place was abandoned, the priests of Owen took anything that was valuable with them when they left.
Oh, more empty rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Scaring
Oh, God.
yourself. Well, nothing yet. Bastion, Valentino, it looks like there's a couple more here. And there's
Sure.
one here, and it's locked.
All right. The two of them pick open the next two locks.
with another one. Well, you see, we've got one over here, and we got a bit of this, and
What's the result?
That's a nat 20 from Valentino.
Yay!
just stick the thieves' tools in, and just like it's a key.
That's impressive.
I know, but thank you.
Nothing in here either. What's-
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in that room either.
Nothing. All right,
Are
so
these just-
everything's in the basement.
These are really
Yes.
just bare rooms with nothing
Yeah,
at all in
they're
them.
literally just bare rooms. It looks like the priests of Owen may have used them as storage rooms at one time, or potentially something else. But at the moment, all of them are fully devoid of anything. It looks like they've been stripped bare, probably years ago, when the clergy finally abandoned the temple.
Well, I suppose we should all head downstairs then. Zoom's gonna head down the stairs.
Alrighty. Bastion and Louie are already down there, looking around.
Xander is gonna crack open his eyes, realize that he is alone, and
Oh yeah, I'd give him a
Yeah.
pat on the shoulder as I pass by.
Well, Stavik's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he was like taking a nap or something.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, he is a very old man. I'm sure his bones are bothering him.
Now
So,
that I believe.
let's stick together. Who wants to lead? Bastion, you don't look so good, so I'm not gonna suggest you.
Are you sure? I mean,
Oh.
I can lead. It's
Oh,
okay.
I can help with that, Bastion.
I mean,
Oh, thanks.
He is going to say, "Oh, would you mind leaning closer?"
Like this? He says as
And
he
he's-
leans in a little bit.
He's gonna kiss him on the forehead, and
Oh.
he's going to heal for 8 hit points.
Okay.
I'd be ready to take the front, but I also could stay back here in case anyone wants to sneak up behind us. That happened a couple of times last time.
That's true. You would be the best at anti-sneaking people, probably. So, you stay in the back. Stay aware. Bastion, are you okay to take the lead for now?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, and then it'll be me. Yes, Xander?
If we run into incorporeal creatures, I have something that will help you, bro.
Sure.
Should I? Yeah.
It's like you want to kiss me again.
He looks at Xander a little bit curious. Like, what exactly? Like something to make my weapons like
Yeah, I
glowy
can
and
make
stuff?
your weapon magical. Should I stand behind bro just in case, since we don't have Stavik here?
Yeah, I guess so. I'll be right there then, and then Zu'lin, and then Valentino. Does that order make sense to everyone?
Makes sense to me.
And complain here.
Alright. That's the way we'll go. Stay close, everyone. But if we need to divide, make sure it's in a large room, okay? And we stay in said room. It's just so we don't get hit by spells that are able to hit us
We've got it,
sequentially.
Louie.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Bastion heads off to the north, entering this first 20 by 20 foot room, looking around it, and you recall that last time you were in here you fought some kind of shadow. The area is currently empty. Bastion looks around, and then will continue on to the north.
Not a single mimic to be seen.
This time either.
As he reaches a crossing point for a hallway to his west, he looks to there and continues on as there's nothing in that room either. Makes it to the next corridor that branches off to the right, and from here, looking far down the hall to the east, is a room where there's a statue, person holding a dagger and a bowl. And to the north, there are 2 rooms, each one 15 by 15, in sequence. And Bastion will look behind him and say, which way do we go on?
Let's go
Toward the
north.
statue,
There
or-
were skeletons up there.
All right. Okay. And he takes a deep breath and steps into the room. And as he does, he gets close enough that moving out of the areas to the north, you see figures shambling forth. 2 to the north become visible almost immediately, and they appear to be skeletal remains. However, they're dripping with this reddish black tacky substance. It's not quite blood, but it definitely is reminiscent of blood. It's
Corn syrup.
almost
Pizza sauce.
Yeah, it does look like corn syrup actually. Yeah. No, the creatures move forward and seem to be moving aggressively toward Bastion. Their mouths open and their teeth gnash, and they make no effort to have any kind of diplomacy. They simply move toward the party with ill intent. And with that, I will take an initiative roll.
You got it.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, improved initiative.
Fucking do it.
What's going on up there? Is there something happening? Why did everyone stop?
Well, that's a really good question. I actually can't see anything.
There's enemies up here. Bastion will shout out. And Louie, you have initiative.
Okay, just a question. Am I supposed to see them where I'm at?
No. I believe the light is not quite enough for you.
Okay.
Let me put a light source on Bastion here. That should help. There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you are.
There we go.
All right. Okay. Louie's going to get into the room and decide. For the one to the north, would I be able to hit him from my angle, or is that a disadvantage in any way?
If they have partial, like
Okay.
if the shadow cast is partially
Then I
across
go
them,
there.
they will have partial cover.
All right. Louis is going to go in front of Bastion, raise his hand, and instead of conjuring his ice blast, he's going to swirl it together with his other hand and cast Snowball, which he throws at that guy, and we'll see if it hits.
Okay.
If I can find the spell. There it is. Things aren't in the order that I had them in before. That is, it's just a thing that throws on its own. There's no,
Yeah.
does it hit or
You
not?
want to, you want to make a ranged attack?
Oh, okay. That's not built
Yep.
in for some reason.
No. No, it doesn't appear to be.
14? Touch attack?
All right. A 14 touch versus a flat-footed target is going to hit.
Okay.
Your attack is going to deal, I believe, 3d6 cold damage.
That is 8 damage.
8 damage. And just to make sure, that is the bloody skeleton there to your north?
Correct.
Okay. So, Louis, you conjure forth this snowball and you launch it, and it streaks forward 20 feet and strikes this bloody skeleton center mass. And the skeleton does not care in the slightest. The cold
feel bad,
damage
I'm
strikes it,
sorry.
and it does absolutely nothing to the creature.
I remember this happening with Levette. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's the fucking worst.
He touches his finger to his lips for a moment and thinks, and then he just physically turns around to the group. I'm useless.
No, of course you're not. You're not. Oh,
No, I'm sorry ahead of time.
Don't be.
Bastion is up, and he's going to say, Louis, you're not useless. Just concentrate on the ones that are burning. And he's going to rush in and try to attack one of these burning skeletons to the east. Alrighty. That will strike a flat-footed target, and he gets sneak attack of 2d6. Alright, well, good news, bad news situation. Sebastian is going to strike this thing with a sneak attack, and he is going to hit it for 14 points of damage. That is going to cause that burning skeleton to fall to the ground, destroyed.
Hell yeah.
However, burning skeletons have a fun little tweak, fun little thing they can do, which is that when they die, they explode. So Bastion's going to also make a reflex save because this thing just blew up in his face. And does he have evasion? Oh my god, he has evasion and takes no damage. Good job, Bastion.
Let's go.
All right. Cool. Xander, you're up.
Oh, fuck, I'm sorry.
Okay. Xander is going to run up in front of Louie, and he is going to look at this bloody skeleton in front of him, and he's going to close his eyes and use his lore warden ability. So I'm going to roll, I'm assuming, knowledge religion for it.
Yes.
Okay, and I get a little bonus to that. And that is only going to be a 16.
Rip.
Those are just my rolls.
Okay. Yep.
I had plus 12, by the way.
That's a plus 12, yeah.
Yep.
So regardless of the outcome of this check, you do still gain a +2 bonus against that target for your attack rolls made against that creature.
Yep.
And also
I
a
also
+2
get
insight
+2
bonus to your
AC.
AC. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that will use 1 use of that for the day, leaving you with 3 uses left. And that will be your standard action. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, that's going to take us on to that very same bloody skeleton. It's going to move down 10 feet, and it's going to try to strike at you with a nasty little claw that it's going to swing here. There we go. All right. It gets a whole 7 to hit. So it's definitely going to miss you with your currently adjusted 23 AC versus it. So it misses, and that takes us on to another bloody skeleton. It moves up and can do nothing else, but stand behind its other buddy there patiently.
It brings
The
us on to
burning
another
skeleton.
bloody skeleton.
What in bloody skeletons? So the burning skeleton is going to swing at Bastion, and that is going to miss. The bloody skeleton itself is carrying a busted up looking scimitar in its hand, and it's unable to strike. Bastion just barely getting out of the way of that attack. Valentino, you are up.
All right. Well, first thing I'll do is go ahead and move up my move full distance so I can at least get some good angles on stuff, but it does not look like I'm going to get close to anybody yet, so I am going to just go ahead and finger gun past Louie and Xander. I'm gonna magic missile the guy in the back so that he's all softened up by the time he gets in the front.
You got it. Okay. You fire and do a max damage. Almost max damage. Magic missile. Striking the target for 4 points of force damage and taking it down to badly injured.
All right. I learned what I wanted to learn.
All right. And Zu'lin, you're up.
All right, how far do we got here? No, that will not work. All right, Zu'lin sees that there's not much room to throw where he's looking at the moment with his positioning. So currently he will be moving around Valentino in this small cooped up room to his right, and is going to take his turn just and wait. I suppose yeah, there's not really a held action I can do. Really.
Okay.
Actually, would I know if physical attacks, just basic physical attacks, would harm a skeleton?
Yes. But if you'd like to make a knowledge religion, you might be able to know a bit more than that.
I mean, they hurt Stavik.
Yeah, give me a sec. Knowledge religion, you say? All right,
Yes.
that's going to be a 20.
Excellent. That is more than enough to know that they are going to be resistant to piercing and slashing attacks.
Well, shit.
So
That's the two
hitting
things
them
I
with
wanted.
hitting them with a bludgeoning attack would be fine, but a piercing or slashing attack they would have some resistance to.
Well, still better than nothing. So, in one of Zu'lin's pouches, he's going to pull out his special made scalpel, Reladine exclusive, and is going to huck this thing at the first bloody skeleton that's in this hallway.
The Breladime Limited Series Mastercraft.
She literally just found them on like a desk. Is like, why the fuck did she leave this behind? All right, well, I'll label it and sell it. Why does she have a scalpel? Doesn't she make robots?
All right.
That is
Zu'lin,
garbage. That's a
that
8.
that
Oh,
is an 8. Your dagger throw is not going to strike anybody. It's going to, well, it will hit the wall, so that's good.
to the window.
This limited edition.
Now it's all bent up. Oh.
Oh, bend it around. We're fine.
Get bent,
All right.
son.
Anything else from Zu'lin?
No, that'll be it for Zu'lin.
All right. Louie.
Louie's gonna look at Xander. Be careful. And then he's gonna run into the room right behind Bastion, because I can see that guy fully then.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll try another snowball. Wish me luck.
No.
Luck.
Use a bitch.
What is it?
Well, I don't know. I have to roll the ranged. 18 touch, so that's pretty good.
18 touch is going to hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. 3d6
10
cold.
damage.
Boom. This thing takes 20 cold damage.
Oh.
Kablam. Takes double cold. So
Okay.
you do 20 points of damage to it, and it immediately is destroyed. It's going to flame out as it dies, and because it was killed with cold damage, it doesn't explode.
Hey.
Are you
so
okay?
that's nice. Yeah, that was really good. Thanks.
Thanks.
Bro will give Louie like a quick pat on the arm as he rushes past to try and help out with the rest of the fight. So he makes his way into the room to the west, moving past Louie, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xander, and he is going to try to slash with his rapier toward one of these bloody skeletons, around the corner even, and not strike. He misses, and that is his turn. Xander, you're up.
Okay. Question for you. Would I be able to use this offensively? Since this is a skilly boy.
Yes, it can be used offensively.
Okay. Xander, instead of swinging his halberd, is going to bring his fingers to his lips, and when he pulls them away, there is a golden star that is rotating on his fingers, and he's just going to reach out and he's going to try and tap the skeleton on the forehead. So I need to make a touch attack, I believe.
You make a touch attack, and I believe this will provoke as well. So, is that okay?
It says that it's supernatural. Does
Oh.
that mean that it...
So, the activation of the ability does not provoke. I believe it's the attempted touch is what's provoking.
Okay,
What?
sure.
That's so weird.
It's not that weird. If you're trying to grab somebody and they got a sword, they can just fucking stab you.
Yeah, they're gonna stab you. You should come in with for the touch.
What if I just
that's
ask them
fine.
pretty please not to stab me while I try to kill them?
Then you succeed on the roll.
Just use better charisma, God.
That is a 21.
A 21 is going to hit, and it's going to try and hit back at you and miss because your AC toward them currently is, I believe, 23. So,
It's actually 21. Just
it went back down
I have
to 21.
a buff.
Okay.
Yeah. The
Oh, you have a
21
buff on
is
it.
with the +2. Mhm.
Oh, lovely. You have a buff for that built. Wonderful. Okay. I thought that was mage armor. The same
No,
icon.
no.
Okay. No problem. All right. Well, in that case, the bloody skeleton misses. Your strat is going to hit, and you are going to do 11 points of damage to this thing, and it is going to be immediately destroyed. And the way that looks is actually kind of interesting. And that is that as you lay your hand upon it, it's going to spread this golden light through this thing's skeleton, and it glows gold for just a moment and then immediately crumbles into sparkles, basically, leaving behind effectively almost no corporeal remains whatsoever, as if the thing just disintegrates into nothingness. Takes 11 damage and is destroyed.
Excellent.
Whoa.
Let's keep it up. And that's it for me.
All right. Okay, that pushes us onto a skeleton. It's going to 5-foot step forward and make a twinned attack here, rolling surprisingly well. Now, Lore Warden is off the specific creature, correct?
It seems like it is. It's not very clear, but it does say the creature. I don't know how that
Okay.
works.
Gotcha. So my assumption then is that the AC bonus only is for that particular critter to use
Okay.
Lore Warden on. So, now since this is the same creature type, basically, that's the question, right? Is it against
Yeah.
all creatures of that creature, or is it against a specific, discrete critter? And we'll say that it is. So that means in this case, or it will be all of them rather.
Okay.
So in this case, only one of these attacks is going to hit because he rolled like a champion and got a 19 and a 21 on his attacks.
Ooh,
So
okay.
the 21 is still going to strike, and that will do 5 points of damage as one of his claws gets in and puts like 4 nasty slashes across you as its fingers dig into you. And that's its turn. Valentino, you're up.
So could I use some acrobatics to try and get behind this guy?
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
You can move up to half your speed while using acrobatics.
Half my speed. All right, never mind. I'm going to jump over here. Just poke him. Let's. All right, so I'm just going to run up and give him a little stab in the side. Hopefully,
Okay.
probably not. No, that was a pretty
No.
shit roll.
Yeah, you and Bastion both about the same right there.
We like cross blades in his ribs.
Mm-hmm. Dang it.
Move, we got locked up.
You get your sword out of the way. I was here first.
Boys,
All right.
boys, you both can kill the skeleton. You just have to try harder.
Zu'lin, what would you like to do?
Zu'lin wants to throw a bomb so bad.
Throw a
It's like-
bomb.
Do what you want.
It's not.
Live your best life.
For later. So
I
Zu'lin
want to
just walks
stab
up.
Zu'lin so bad.
Zu'lin walks up behind Bastion and picks up his knife.
Okay. You pick up your knife off the ground. You wipe
How's it
off some
looking?
of the dust.
He's looking okay.
It looks perfect. I mean-
Relodyne engineers are
Re-
fucking amazing.
Relodyne engineering is seriously top quality. Like, this thing is in such good condition. You think it's almost better now that it was thrown up against a stone wall. It's crazy.
It's like using
you look at it-
whetstone.
The metal is just perfectly chromatic and shiny, and it has just engraved in the side. It says, Relodyne Limited Series exclusive, Mastercraft Series. Like, my God, you're
Those are-
lucky to have this.
This is a good buy.
There's actually like a really thin cut mark in the stone.
Yeah, it did. It cut the stone. It did.
That you can see on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, like a little-
That'll be my turn.
You got it. All right, Louie, round 3 begins.
I would like to use a
would you like to
religion
do?
check on this guy.
Go for it. Knowledge religion.
That's a 19?
Okay, you know that this is a bloody skeleton, and a bloody skeleton is a type of skeleton that is not actually covered in blood. It's covered in this viscous, consolidated negative energy. As if you took negative energy and turned it from a more vaporous energy, and you coalesced it into a tacky, nasty substance, and then coated a skeleton in it. And what that does is it allows the skeleton to regenerate. So this particular critter has a fast healing factor, and if left on its own after being destroyed, will reanimate itself 1 hour later. So,
Okay.
Unless it's killed in very specific ways. If it's slain by positive energy damage, or if its body is consecrated in some way with either holy water or like a consecration spell, will cause it to die permanently.
If,
So
Za-
you did. Go ahead.
if Xander's not the one to kill this one with his pretty magic, it's going to come back in an hour, just so you guys know. Otherwise, we'll have to use holy water or consecrate it.
I could do a ritual to take care of them.
Perfect. Do you want me to pull you back right now so Bastion can get a kill in, or what do you want?
Up to you.
Louie will move forward and just pull Xander back by his hips and just like
I will
let him go.
All right, Louis, you grab Xander and pull Xander back 5 feet. Okay, I'll take us on to Bastion's turn. And Bastion is going to do something really stupid.
Why?
Because he wanted to flank, and he rolled in acrobatics, and Bastion got a nat 20.
Okay.
Ooh.
So for a 28, he is going to move in and go 15 feet. So he's going to go west and then north to go through the Blaze Skeleton square and end up on the other side of him, tumbling through his square. He will then turn around and hold an action for Valentino.
Valentino's after the skeleton.
Yeah?
Ugh.
He probably can't even hurt it without the sneak attack damage, so...
Okay. Non-magical weapon issue?
No, a DR issue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Xander.
Stab a skeleton with a pointy bit.
Xander is just going to bring his finger to his lips again, and he's going to try and repeat it. He's going to step forward.
Okay. Now you have a flank. You get a +2 to your touch attack.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
All right.
Nope. That's an 11 to touch.
An 11 to touch. That's one off.
You have rerolls.
All right. You have a reroll. It's true.
We have 4 rerolls.
Yeah, I would say the rerolls are honestly less valuable of a resource than the spell slots right now.
Oh, this isn't taking a spell slot for me, so...
Does it take a daily resource?
Kind
Nope.
of.
Oh, okay.
Sort of, yeah. So... Yep. It can miss, it's fine.
Okay. All right, Bloody Skeleton's up. And
mean-
it is its turn.
Since Bastion's getting a flank, does that count at all, or did it have to specifically be Valentino?
You know what? You're absolutely right. It didn't have to be Valentino. It just had to be
Okay,
until he
I
got a
thought
flank.
that
So he will attempt one of these. Okay. I don't think that confirms. No, it'd be a 14 to confirm. So he just gets a nat 20. Doesn't confirm, but it does get a 26, 28 with flanking. He's going to strike for 4 damage plus an additional... Oh, dip. Rolled double 6s on his sneak attack. So he does a full 16 points of damage and kills this thing.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
It
that works.
drops and will come back in 1 day. Or, sorry, 1 hour, if not properly slain.
Well-
So, combat ends, and we are out of music there. All right,
Question.
Bastion steps up. What's up?
So since I missed with the touch attack, was the thing that I used dispelled? Can I try
No.
and touch it and see if that
You
has any
can-
effect on it?
Yeah, you can activate it now. Yep.
Okay, then he's gonna kneel down and try and touch the remains with his finger and see if
Okay.
that does anything.
You do, and as you do that, it is going to... The same thing's going to happen. This golden light spreads through it and disintegrates the corpse, leaving nothing behind at all.
Louie's going to check up on the other corpses just in case and see if those will come back at all.
Sure.
So my
You
religion
examine
check
those.
was 17.
A 17. You examine those 2 skeletons, and you see that the bones are charred, and they kind of have these glowing embers running through cracks in the bones. You can tell that these are a different type of skeleton known as a burning skeleton. You know that they have a couple features. One is that they deliver fire whenever they attack. You also know that if you were to punch them, you would also take fire damage in the process. And when they die, they explode in flames, like a little 10-foot burst of explosion, or rather 5-foot burst of explosion. But they do not have the same sort of regenerative properties that a bloody skeleton has. So they're destroyed. They
Okay.
won't come back on their own.
Looks like we're good with these ones. So 2 rooms purified. Hooray!
Question: Are these burning skeletons on fire due to magical means? I assume.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's
I can
Could
just...
Could
part
I
of the
make-
process. Go ahead.
Could I make an Arcana check to see if any magic is like infused into those bones at all
Yeah,
that could be
absolutely.
used for later?
For sure. Yeah.
That is a 26.
Okay.
So you know that part of what makes them burning skeletons is the process in which they are raised. A certain amount of reagent is used in the creation of any undead minion, this substance known as black onyx. To create one that is special, like these, takes double the amount for the same creature. So they're much more expensive to raise and create than a standard skeleton. They do still have just a little bit of faint magical aura to them because their bones are going to sort of glow with a very small amount of embers pretty much forever. That's just the way the bones are now. They just sort of always have these ribbons of hot embers running through them. As far as what you could do with that, I'll leave it up to your imagination.
I'll take a few samples.
Sure.
Just to do some experiments on, but we'll see if
Okay.
anything comes of it.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead in your inventory then under miscellaneous, if you want to add burning bones,
Got it.
feel free to.
This is very wrong.
Well, I mean, we beat him pretty easy. What's the trouble?
Nobody's made a statement one way or the other. How can we be wrong?
It's just sometimes if people die under strange circumstances, they come back as, let's say, a ghost, something like that, or a revenant. But for there to be undead that secrete strange substances and fire, that seems very unusual.
Like intentional, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, they didn't just come here themselves so I mean, you just got to find out whoever did this and then kick their ass.
Unless their ass has been kicked a long time ago.
I mean, that's true. Maybe their ass is already kicked. It's a good point, Val.
Everything okay, Louie?
Yeah, I was just ready to keep going, is all.
Should we go to the east or keep heading north?
Is
anything in
there more north? Let's see.
I didn't see anything in there.
Just a room, it looks like.
Mhm.
Is there anything in here on the walls or anything?
Yeah, so Zu'lin, Louie, Bastion, Xander, you all head further north into this 15 by 15 foot room, and you find that it is filled with burial alcoves. There are some remains in here that still lie undisturbed, but most of them are empty. The sockets in the walls are currently clear. There are spots on the ground where it looks like these drippings were coming off of these skeletons for some time. But aside from that, the room is unusually clear of anything else.
And the other cadavers don't seem to be magically infused at all. They seem just
Yeah, they seem to be just normal corpses. Yeah.
nice. I like those.
So a necromancer's been here.
Do you think that they put up the guardian, or do you think that they got past it?
I would assume it'd be very plausible that they're one and the same.
So put it up then.
I think Louis suggested that guardian has been here for a while.
A really long while.
Yes.
So maybe
Now-
these skeletons have too?
It's a possibility, or they awakened from something else. But I don't actually know. I haven't been studying magic for a long time, so it's hard to say for me, to be honest. Is there a religion check I could roll to make a guess on the
I
situation
would
of
also
why
like to try.
that this situation is even happening at all?
Sure, yeah, you can make a knowledge religion for that.
Okay.
It's kind of an obscure question, so the DC is going to be a little high, but
I
you're welcome to make
understand.
the check. Yeah.
26?
Ooh,
Nice.
look at you, overachieving as usual.
That's
All right.
Louie for you, baby.
Yeah. So, Louis Freeman,
Mhm.
you have a theory, or at least something that sounds plausible in your mind. You think that it is possible that if that statue you saw before on the second floor, is that guardian that was keeping anything out of here, could have also been just as easily keeping things in as well.
Perhaps
Go ahead.
the golem was there to stop those guys from leaving?
You know that Owen and Owen's teachings are basically that undead should not really exist. The cycle is, life, death, rebirth. You don't escape that through undeath.
Yeah.
Undeath is kind of a cheat. In Owen's
Obviously,
eyes.
all these skeletons aren't exactly Owen. That's more Terrace's domain, to be honest, is
Right, yes.
Skelly boys. Some things are very peculiar lately with that whole thing.
Well,
Yeah.
someone
You
might
don't
not have
say.
gotten the memo.
Someone might not
Yeah.
have. Louie's just nodding at Xander with that, shared thought.
But Louie, you have a theory, and that is that possibly at some point in the past, you know that Owen, the god, something went wrong in his cycle of rebirth. Because, obviously he's not here. He's been gone too long, and everybody else just assumes that he's dead forever. So, potentially, whatever happened to Owen, when it did go wrong, it may have opened the door for certain things to happen in his temples that would have been impossible before that. So you think that it is potentially the case that these undead came into being when Owen vanished?
It's probably has something to do with Owen's issues and not being around. That some being maybe was able to do this.
Are you suggesting that Owen is undead?
I wasn't, but what do you think?
You certainly explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Well, Terrace is more undead, but rather I wonder if there's
Or it
something
might not have been of his
else.
own free will. If someone had a way to raise Owen, he wouldn't exactly be reborn, would he?
The question would thus be, why would Owen be undead but unable to contact or unwilling to contact anyone?
But maybe unwilling is the answer.
But I believe your theory makes sense, Louie. There is no energy in this temple suggests that it's not under Owen's protection.
He nods. It's because he's not around. Not in the normal sense, obviously.
That's true.
And he nods to Valentino politely.
Though sometimes energy can linger on even after death.
Especially so.
Yes.
Right. Let's keep looking. We'll check out this room real quick, and then we'll go to the south. Excuse me. Let's see. I'll inspect the bowl that's on the statue in here.
All right, you head up to the statue, and as you do, you see that the statue is, I believe I mentioned it, of a cloaked figure, hooded and robed, holding in front of it a dagger and a bowl. And before, this is where Xander impaled himself on the dagger in order to bleed into the bowl on behalf of Stavik. It's a very exciting moment.
That's
But yeah,
Concerning.
like you do, yeah. The statue is still here, and it still sits in the exact same way. There's still dried blood in the bowl from where that happened. And Bastion will just walk in, scope the area out to make sure there's nothing actively dangerous, and then he'll get out of the way and kind of nod in to the rest of you.
Is there anything still in the bowl?
He said there was
dried
dried
blood.
blood.
Oh, still is? Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
still some dried blood in there.
Some glowy Xander juice.
It's
I
not
am going
glowing
to wipe
anymore.
that.
Yeah.
What?
We're going to clean that out.
You want to wipe out the bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have some like water to a
He's
little bit
gonna
of water, a
drop
little
circle
rag.
and then conjure water in it,
Okay.
and then he's going to, gonna get to scrubbing.
Yeah, you get to scrubbing and you clean it out.
Excellent.
Louie's just staring at Xander quietly.
He turns to Louie, tilts his head.
Is everything okay?
Oh yes, I was just cleaning the blood stains off of the bowl.
So, Xando, what exactly was that all about here last time? Because I'm not in on magic and gods and stuff, and it just seemed kind of, really sudden for someone to just kind of stab themselves like that.
Yeah, what happened was I could feel with my powers that there was knowledge buried away, perhaps hidden is the right answer, in this temple. And ordinarily we would not have a rush. There was the golem, the guardian, of course. But Valentino said that there were some people coming to examine the temple, and I could feel that whatever knowledge was stored here was very dangerous, and not knowing who these people were, what their true affiliations were, what their intentions were, it could be really dangerous to fall into their hands. And so we came down here to investigate, and Stavik, because of his
Condition.
condition,
Skin
wasn't able to
condition.
bleed. And so I had to make a quick decision.
Okay. Guess that makes sense. He says, not entirely convinced, but he will step out of the room, give you all some space.
Yeah, just this weird shit they do. I don't really get it. The gods aren't really my thing.
Oh,
What?
he's gonna tilt his head.
No, I mean the gods of death will take care of me when I'm dead. Now I'm still alive.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you just said the gods aren't really your
No,
thing.
gods of death are my
Gods
thing.
of death.
Oh,
Sorry.
in the Daras. I mean, no shade. Not intended.
I mean, there's normally
Hui.
right. You're not offending any of us, I think. If anything, I think Stavik would be offended, but in the sense that what he currently believes is his truth.
You're not offending Owen either, so I don't think that there's anyone who would smite you either.
Yeah. And Terrace is concerned with other things to bother with you. Come on, let's keep going. All right, Bastion, Xander.
Make sure to be careful down here. If I recall, we had heard voices before we left.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Just be careful, okay? Hold steadfast, everyone.
Bastion continues down the hallway to the south until he reaches an intersection. Looking to the east, There's a 15 by 15 foot room that appears to have nothing but the bodies of the long dead inside. All of them are resting peacefully still, or so it seems. Turning to the south, he moves on 10 more feet until he gets to the edge of a larger circular room that is 20 feet across. This room is filled with alcoves along the outside of the room, each one containing a body. All of them are resting peacefully. Bastion peeks into the room with a little more care, and then we'll turn back to Xander and says, I think we're clear. All right, gonna head across. And he steps to make his way across the room, and as he makes his way across, the party makes their way into this room, and as you're crossing it, something is going to happen. And that is that the bodies around the room, some of them are going to begin to jostle and shake violently. Their skulls in particular, like their heads are going to begin moving and shaking as the skulls will detach themselves from the corpses and move into the air itself, flying away from the bodies that they were once attached to, as 4 beings appear in the space of the room. 4 undead creatures are going to immediately attack.
Okay. Here we go.
Alrighty. Combat begins. And as it do, first of these creatures is going to move forward. And what they look like, again, are just these cadaverous remains of a head floating around with just this wisp of green spiritual energy coming out of their neck as they fly about. The first one is going to move up 5 feet and attempt an attack towards Xander. That is going to miss. Luckily, Xander, your armor is such that it is unable to get a bite correctly against you. That will take us on to Valentino.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and... so would behind this folk be next to or across from Xander be a valid space?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then I would like to try and acrobatics my way into that.
Okay.
So I believe... Oh, no, that's not... Okay, if I do it like that. So go ahead and roll my acrobatics. That is a 13. We're hot shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
Okay.
Thanks indeed.
So-
Do I move at all?
You can go ahead and move there as a move action. That's fine.
Okay.
It's a 15-foot move action for you.
Mhm.
The beheaded creature is going to try and bite you and miss.
All right.
Go ahead.
Then I'm going to go ahead, leap behind this one. Maybe a little less dramatically than I hoped, but nobody needs to know that. And now that I'm flanking, I'm going to go ahead and give it a poke. And that is a nat 20. Don't know if
hell
that
yeah.
confirms.
Ooh.
It do.
I do.
Yay!
Should I bother rolling my sneak?
Go ahead and roll your sneak. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't done that very much, so I don't remember.
No worries.
Okay, here.
Your sneak is going to be 1d6.
This 2d6.
Uh,
I have a feat for it.
oh, you have a feat for
With
it.
the
I'm
extra
sorry.
one.
Then it's 2d6. My apologies.
Yeah. No.
So here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to actually bake it into your attack as a conditional modifier.
Okay.
That should make things a little bit easier for you.
That will.
Okay.
So that did it roll it?
And then you would just roll 2d6.
Okay.
Yep.
That I had. All right. That
Wonderful.
Is 6
So that is-
more.
Cool. So you do 21 damage to this thing.
Ooh. Damn.
Just so you know, it had 4 hit points.
All right. right in the center, like so that the blade pokes out the front of its face, right in front of Xander. Just
Mhm.
flick it off.
Yep.
Or those
It is
next.
now at negative 17 and obliterated.
Okay. That works.
All right. All right. The next one's up. It is going to try to take a bite out of Louie. Louie, it gets a nat 20 against you.
I would like to use my stone shield to take some of the damage.
Okay.
Okay.
The stone shield absorbs how much?
Girl, I don't even know. I've never used this spell.
That's fine. It doesn't matter. It'll absorb all of it because it would have hit you for 1.
Perfect.
So the stone
Question.
shield. Yes.
Is the stone shield ice?
Yes.
I
So,
shoot.
He just instinctively moves his left hand over his head, and from the floor, kind of interweaving, these butterflies fly up, and kind of this block of glacial ice stands in front of him.
Lovely. Okay, you do so, and it blocks out the attack completely. Moving on to Bastion. Bastion is going to make a 2-weapon fighting attack toward the one next to him. And he is going to strike it for 7 damage with the sneak attack, killing it.
Okay.
All right, he'll then take a 5-foot step to his west. And Xander, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna just go for a swing against the guy next to me. That is going to be... Ooh.
That's
is
amazing.
a 31 critical damage.
Oh my god,
Oh.
overkill.
Yep. That
He's
is
gonna look
a...
At
Dead.
Valentino, who had his blade up and wicked it. He's gonna pull out his halberd and he's just gonna twirl it over his head and then swing it backwards and slice it in half.
Yeah.
All right. I see
Yeah.
how it is.
So here I thought doing 21 damage on something with 4 HP was overkill, and then you just obliterate it by 10 full points higher than that. So
How the hell am
Well
I gonna
done.
get 50 points of damage on this next one? I gotta
yeah, you
figure
gotta
it
get now you gotta get 41 damage to keep this going. So yeah, that is gonna be 31 damage, and the creature is slain. Well done, Xander.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it for me.
All
Okay.
right. I believe that's my turn then. All right, Louie's just gonna kind of stare at you both, sigh, move his hand up, and just blast ice at the last remaining poltergeist. Oh boy.
All right.
It's a 21 touch attack to hit, and the second one is a nat 1 to miss. Woo!
Okay, roll a d20 plus 5 to confirm that
You
nat
got
1.
it.
But the 2 points of cold damage are gonna fly in there and do 2 damage to this thing.
14?
And a 14 touch. Or is no,
No, that's a physical for the
14
second one.
against- Okay, that does hit. So
Wow.
it would just be a miss.
Okay.
Yep.
Just butterflies
All right.
swarming, and then just shoots through the head of the poltergeist.
Yeah, so it's badly injured. And that will take us on to Zu'lin.
Zu'lin, stab it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Zu'lin thinks this is a bit too weak to throw a bomb at.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can throw a bomb at anything, okay? But, so he's going to once again get his knife out and just stroll past Xander, and he's going to try to stab this thing right in the forehead.
Do it. And that 20, let's go. Come on.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
500 damage.
Yeah, let's see it.
That is a 9.
Make that. I didn't see it. Make that attack.
You got it.
Double nat ones.
It's a 9.
No, I didn't see it.
I didn't see
Keep
it.
rolling.
Keep going.
Keep rolling.
God damn.
Must be
Come
something
on,
wrong
baby
with
girl.
Foundry.
That's a nat 1.
There must be something wrong with Foundry.
Oh my god.
15.
Hey, a 15.
Hey,
All right,
let's go.
Zu'lin, you get in there with your dagger and with this scalpel,
Holy shit.
and you sink it directly into the forehead of this creature, dealing 2 points of damage, which is just enough to kill the beast.
There goes all our rerolls.
I would like to do a quick check on these to make sure they don't need to be consecrated in any
Sure.
ways.
Me
Yeah,
as
I'll
well.
take a knowledge religion.
A natural 20.
Dirty 20 from Louie.
That is 14 for me.
All right, so Louis, you would know that these are an undead creature known as a beheaded. They are a weird animated undead creature, a head of a body, and they are able to fly around and they bite things. They really have very little in the way of special abilities or powers of any kind, nor are they able to resurrect themselves. So you get the sense that these are probably some incredibly minor, weak undead creatures. As far as they go, this is probably the bottom of the barrel.
Well, at least we didn't waste any resources on them, but they don't need to be consecrated in any way, as far as I know.
Consecrate. I don't think they can use the bathroom.
That's constipated, Valentino.
That's what I misheard.
It's fine. Is my Berkey's not very good? I always feel like no one understands what
No.
I'm saying.
Hey, you sound
You're
fine to me.
Yeah.
Okay. After you, Xander, you're supposed to take lead after Bastion.
Yeah. And then, oh, all right, we're back around to the front. So I think that was everything.
Oh.
There wasn't anything? No hidden books? No... Oh, man.
I mean, it seemed like the priest kind of took everything with him when they left.
They're not supposed to do that.
Sorry, bro. I mean, they kind of like scoured this whole place, I guess. They didn't move the bodies, but like that was like all they left here.
Man. No books. Nothing new. Just...
Sorry, bro.
Ugh. Alright.
Gotta farm some XP.
That's... We don't have XP in this one. We're milestone.
I'm sorry, Louie.
Man.
Well, where does that leave us then?
I guess we can go back up or something. I feel like I
mean-
wasted time. I'm so sorry.
No, you have to figure out where the hell this killer is gone then. We've left evidence that we might be setting a trap, but they also don't seem to be taking us seriously, so there's still a chance that they'll come back here.
I don't think they're gonna come back.
They've left a lot of shit here.
They haven't left that much.
Did I misunderstand? What about the bodies?
Well, I feel like that's up to the coppers to find at that point. If... Go on.
I was just gonna say that I think that they were leaving us presents.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a pretty grim way of putting it, but yeah.
I mean, the messages so far have all been somewhat goading. They seem to want to be caught.
Or
Good,
rather,
well,
maybe
we should just talk to them about it.
they
because that's what we're here
seem
to do.
like they want to see if they can get caught, perhaps.
Yes.
Perhaps we'll have advantage with that pride on the line. Maybe
Yes.
they'll make a mistake. What should we do
Don't say
next?
why we do that.
Well, we could always reconvene at our new offices.
I mean, it's either that or going to that one temple. Not that I'm very gung
God's
ho
home.
about going to another one. Yeah.
I do need to tell the priests at the temple of Gagarian what's happened here.
Yeah. And besides, this place gives me like the willies, so.
Is
Bastion
it the
says
Willies
that
in
and heads up the
Burgos?
stairs.
I've heard heebie-jeebies before in some books.
that's fine
spooks
too.
in some.
I think we should definitely examine the bodies upstairs
Oh,
before we leave.
okay. The
For-
upstairs or the upstairs from the crypt upstairs?
The new bodies.
Right, so we'll make our way over to by the statue then.
Yeah.
Statute of Limitations.
Hello, Valentino. How are you doing, Valentino?
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it. All right, you make your way up to the first floor of the building, and you find there the bear traps you laid out by the windows, all of which are clapped shut, and the area is just disgusting with gore, as it looks like about 3 people's worth of bodies have been brutally ripped to shreds all across the northern part of the room. And what was it that said in the blood there spelled out?
Do better.
Do better. That's right.
Louie's going to see the bodies again and then run to the front room as he vomit. Or at this point, he's probably dry heaving because he don't have anything left.
Yeah, that scone left a while ago. Bastion will come in following behind and kind of pat Louie on the back lately.
Every
Yeah,
time
just
he's
breathe, bro.
patted, he flinches.
Just breathe, bro. It'll be all right. I know it's pretty nasty. Here. And he'll hand a water skin over.
Louie pours some in his hand first.
Okay.
He smells it. He's checking to see if it's alcohol again.
Yeah, you pour it in your hand, you smell it. It has no scent.
Detect magic.
You detect magic on it?
Yeah.
Okay, you cast detect magic on it, and there's no aura on it either.
And he's
At this
doing
point,
this
it's
very
delicious.
obviously.
Bastion's just standing there frowning at you, like, seriously? You can do this every time now?
Oh, just so I can trust you for you to betray my trust again?
All right. I apologized. I thought it was going to be helpful at the time. I won't do it again. And I
Bastion,
told you I wouldn't do it again.
I don't drink alcohol.
I didn't. I understand, and I won't do it again. And I told you that already. So, here. And he'll just hand you the water skin and walk into the room.
Well, after his body's
Mean-
done dry heaving, he'll drink.
Meanwhile, Valentino, Xander, Zu'lin, the 3 of you are examining the bloody carnage at the northern part of this room. What would you like to know?
I'm getting my bear traps back.
Everything there is about these bodies.
Okay. You get the sense that they were most likely human, but it's almost impossible to tell. They could have potentially been elves or half-elves as well.
There's got to be an ear around here somewhere.
It looks like they were both beaten to a pulp with bludgeoning weapons and then also rended into small pieces.
You said that their faces were put into the bear traps?
Yes.
Is it possible to identify which injuries came first?
The bear trap injuries were definitely last.
Okay.
So you get the sense that the heads were probably fed into the bear traps at the end of the fight.
Okay.
Like someone just came by and just dropped a head on each bear trap.
Okay. Are there any markings?
Markings, how so? What do you as
Like any symbols on them anywhere? The
Oh,
pieces
on the
that are
people?
left? Yeah.
No, as far as like carved into them, like the bodies, no, nothing like that. Some of them might have like a piece of a tattoo visible here or there, but it's basically again impossible to sort of put it together with the horrible biological jigsaw puzzle in front of you. So it's a pretty nasty sequence of things here. But as near as you can tell, if you want to make a heal check, I can maybe help you put together some of this.
That is a 17 and a 23.
All right, a 17 and a 23. Near as you can tell, it looks like these people were engaged in some kind of combat based on some of the injuries showing on parts of their bodies. But the combat went incredibly badly for them, to the point where they were probably initially killed by bludgeoning damage and then rended into pieces after the fact.
Zu'lin.
Yeah, and judging by like blood splatters on the walls around here, it looks like the fight took place in this space.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about the state of these bodies?
Well, certainly macabre.
I concur.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if there's any way for me to tell if they were still alive when fed into the contraptions.
I'm not quite sure either, though I believe they were likely bludgeoned to death and then the dismemberment happened afterwards.
I'd like to do a survival check. I just want to see if I can find any tells in what I'd assume is a cacophony of footprints, if not just
Yeah,
gore.
that's a great point. Go ahead and make a survival check.
Boom.
Zu'lin, you look around in the gore puddle all around you, and what you find is a number of footprints. The 3 Gigarian followers came into this building, and near as you can tell in your mind's eye as you sort of put this together, is that they were surprised by another party. Another person showed up here. One other set of footprints. Based on the way the footprints maneuver around, it looks like a fight ensued. Certain footsteps circled around, others lunged forward, and it looks like, based on the streaks and splashes on the floor, that the first person was killed almost immediately of this trio of investigators. The surviving 2 then leapt in to try and make attacks versus this person. The person took no steps back at any point, struck down another one of them based on the way their body lands in one of the fresher puddles. And then you can see the footprints of one of the investigators turn to try and leave, and then abruptly stop. So you think that it's possible that 2 of them were killed, the third tried to run and did not get out of the building in time.
Okay.
So
And Zu'lin will be describing this,
Mhm.
like just pointing out
Okay.
his footsteps.
Yeah, so near as you can tell, it was a short and incredibly brutal fight that these people were outclassed completely.
Are there any sorts of items or anything that they were carrying on them?
It looks like their bodies have been picked clean of any particulars.
Okay.
That might have happened before they were dismembered.
Sure.
They don't have any sort of like holy symbols or anything like that left.
Not that you can find.
Really?
Just shredded clothing and flesh. That's about it. So if they had any holy symbols, any money, gear, and like that, it had all been removed. And then the most, like the last and most recent thing done to this area of the building was the words "do better" were written on the floor with potentially a hand. It's not clear what made the writing.
But I believe we can obviously conclude that the perpetrator isn't just some layman. They seem to be someone quite powerful in their own right.
Yes.
Yes.
And somehow invisible to the efforts of trained diviners as well. We should probably look into that at some point.
Yes. And someone who is both quite strong and yet still goes unnoticed in the day-to-day.
Supposedly.
Supposedly.
Xander is going to kneel down and just look very sadly for Xander at these bodies. This was a very, very gruesome fight. I worry that with the way things were downstairs, their spirits may not rest fully.
We will have to find their justice,
Yes.
and we will. But
So-
I need to tell the priest of Agarian what's happened here.
Yes, probably should. Can I collect samples of... I guess it's really hard because they're all coated in everything. Can I try to... I guess, I'll take a hair sample from each of them, since at least that I know belongs to the person.
Okay. You take a hair sample from each of the heads that are wedged in the bear traps. Because, that's about the only pieces that you can be sure are unique to each body. So, yeah,
And
that's
I
fine.
will try to unwedge them from
Oh,
the
yeah.
bear traps as well.
I would have probably already done that when I collected my bear traps.
Okay. So, it's a bit of a work to open up and lock back a bear trap.
You ever heard like a watermelon cracking open? It's like,
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Ugh.
I hate you.
I need to leave now.
Yep. We'll put in the work and get them out.
Yeah, it is a gruesome scene to be sure. While that was going on, Louie has been circling the building. And Louie, do you want to describe what you're doing?
So he's mostly looking on the outside for any hint of foot traffic of any kind, since this area is mostly undisturbed. Any sort of twig snap, anything that could lead him to figure out what direction he came in from. He's, of course, studying the back of the church a bit more than the front of the church, but even so, he doesn't want to forget the other areas just in case. So he's just searching the perimeter mostly.
Excellent. Okay, well, you search the perimeter and you find precious little new information from that.
Okay.
There aren't much in the way of tracks. The ground here is fairly hard packed.
Was there anything in the extra rooms that he peeked into that might have been interesting?
You were able to see like a prayer meditation room on the east side of the building, and then on the west side of the building was probably some sort of priest's quarters, where there's still a bed in there, but it all looks dust covered, like it hasn't been touched in years.
So,
All right.
office first or temple?
I need to go to Gagarin immediately.
Ugh.
All right. So with
We
that,
don't all have to go.
No. I'll reconvene with you all at the Grand Temple.
all right. Well, let's get over to the God's Home then. We'll see you there, Val.
Louie narrows his eyes as he watches Valentino walk away.
Be careful.
All right. So as your group departs this place and heads back to Luciana, all right, you make your way out to the Luciana map, and leaving Owen's temple, the majority of you head up to the God's Home. Now, Valentino, you make your way over to the Temple of Gigarian, which is located right near the God's Home. And we will pick that up first. So, you make your way there, and the Temple of Gigarian in the city is, much in the same way as it is in most towns. It's sort of half temple, half bank vault. And as you arrive, there are, a couple of paladins standing outside wearing their shiny armor. They remember you from the last time you were here, and simply stand at attention as you pass by.
And Valentino's got a much more grim expression as he's going in. Do I find, I forget what their title was, the person who I spoke with last time.
Yeah, you're able to find them. They're working inside, past a large, like a big iron barred wall. On the other side of that, they have a desk there. It again looking almost like a safety deposit area inside of a vault.
Oh, they would set up at a desk thing. Yeah, I'll just approach the desk.
Yeah.
My friend, I have grim news.
Oh, hello again.
Hello.
I'm afraid I have nothing yet to report on your situation. The investigators we sent have, they're still investigating.
I'm afraid they are not. Their investigation has ended up ugly.
Oh
My
dear.
compatriots and I went to check in on their situation. I was hoping to bring back their holy symbols or something as evidence, but there is not much left. There is enough left as evidence if you want to go see for it yourself, but I can tell you now, you do not want to do that.
Also ignore the bloody bear traps.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're in like a backpack.
Yeah. All right. The person working there seems shocked at this and says, "That would be tragic if that were the case. I see.
This is not the case, my friend. I'm sorry. I think that my allies and I should be the ones heading the investigation from this point forward. But I defer to your judgment. This is your temple. Whoever is responsible for their killings, they are not some common mad person.
I see. We'll send a group to the old Temple of Owen, led by one of our paladins, and investigate in force this time. I'm sorry, I'm going to need a little bit of time.
I understand.
And they get up and sort of just almost like they're in shock, will walk away out of the room, leaving you without so much of as a goodbye.
Now, once they're gone, head over to the altar of Gigarian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I've not lived up to my name.
This regal statue, polished to like a chromium finish, of this regal-looking dragon with its wings, flared out as it holds one claw forward, like over top of something, guarding it. It looks down at you, and it's this beautiful work of statuary that just looks down at the viewer and fills them with a sense of strength and pride that the Gigarian sort of inhabits. And you get a sense that if the statue could speak or could react to you, it would be perhaps disappointed. You don't know. I mean, it's a rough
Valentino
moment.
feels a sense of disappointment.
Yeah.
There's a certain somebody from Valentino's past that he's feeling disappointment from.
Mm-hmm.
I will find justice. I swear this on my life. And I'll head out with that. We'll leave a few coins at the altar.
We have a few coins at the altar and step out of the Temple of Gigarian. And as you step out of there to go to the God's Home and rejoin the party, that is where we'll take our first break.
And we are back. Hello, checkers and pleasers. Welcome to Check Please again.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi, here we are. All right. So while Valentino was off at the Temple of Gigarian, the rest of the group was making their way to the God's Home. You find yourself there, and much as last time, it is this interesting multi-faith cathedral that sort of covers most of the minor, in less popular faiths in the city, all in one place. It's also where the Copper Brotherhood has been gathering all of the murder victims and have been keeping them here under gentle repose for the investigation purposes. So, as you arrive, the guards outside will note your badges that you have. Either you show them or wear them, either way, and they'll let you inside with no problem. What would you like to do?
Well, Xander, Zu'lin, this is your expertise. I'm not really that good at being around bodies, obviously, so I leave this part to you two.
No worries, friend. Xander, do you believe that only the ones with the marking are actually part of this crime and the others are copycats? Or perhaps only those ones had the parts required?
I'm actually unsure about this because some of the messages don't match up with ones with the markings. Some have external body parts missing. The bludgeoning ones don't seem to have been marked at all, so it's a little hard to tell. I think perhaps it would behoove us to start with the remaining ones that are marked, and then after that, just to be sure, do a full autopsy of all of the bodies.
Indeed. The ones that are marked, is there any similarities between those ones?
Not
Like just-
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, no more than the other ones, to be honest. They are all mostly entirely female, either human or half-elf, between the ages of 18 and 35. The ones that are marked are all human or half-elf.
Yeah, so they're equally as diverse.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any commonalities that you could tell from them.
And question, I believe they said that roughly half were identified. Were any of the marked ones, not including the ones we got at the temple back there, were any of these ones identified?
Sorry, one more time?
Yeah, sorry. Were any of the marking victims here at the God's Home identified by the coppers?
Oh, as far as the actually IDing the bodies?
Yes.
No, none of them are ID'd.
Okay.
Yeah, sadly, few people have come forward to identify the bodies, so it's almost as if actually an unusually small amount of people have been identified. I think only 8, I believe, were
Okay.
ID'd out of the now 22 victims. I think it's like something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, 20 victims. Apologies,
Twen-
20 victims.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Out of the 20 victims, only 8 have been identified. So that, I guess, if there's any weird thing, it's that's kind of an odd commonality, is that most of these people are still anonymous. So if they were from like even middle class or above families, they would definitely be missed, right? So it's almost as if the people that are being killed are perhaps those that don't have a support structure in any way. So potentially people that live on the street, people from lower classes, people who would be less noticeable to get rid of. So that's a possibility, since there's so few of them that have actually been identified.
Well, that's no good. Those are prime hive candidates.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose we should start investigating the bodies. And Zu'lin is going to start off his procedure with a manual, like just feeling of the bone structure. See if any bones are missing.
Sure. Okay.
If that doesn't, he'll move on to dissection of the main cavity. Just identify specific organs.
Sure.
And I suppose we'll also note major muscles as well in his touch. See if any of those are missing.
I'll take a heal check whenever you're ready.
You got it.
Oh yes, so then one thing that I wanted to ask about was, back the night we first met, you were able to do some chemical analysis. Would it be possible, given the method of transportation that we recently discussed, would it be possible to check the most recent body to see if perhaps any sort of chemicals or substances were present?
I could attempt such a thing. Typically, you want to be looking for something specific, though. Are we looking for poison?
I look for some sort of sleeping agent.
Beardy, do you think I'd be able to detect that in a body?
Like poisons?
A sleeping agent.
Oh, sleeping agents. I see. Potentially, yeah. It could come out in some testing that you could run. So you could get some of their blood and run that through a bevy of alchemical tests to try to find the presence of various external substances. Yeah, you could try that.
Also, can I do a reroll on this heal check?
Yes, you can.
Nat 20, baby!
Oh, let's fucking go, Xeno! Nice!
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah. All right. Good job. Nat 20. Fantastic. So, Zu'lin, you take a look at this thing. You start performing an autopsy on the body. And, the first thing you do is you start feeling it to see if there's any missing bones or body cavities that shouldn't be there based on organs and things. And what you find is on this marked victim, this was one of them, you said a marked one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On this victim, you are going to find that there is, in fact, a divot. They're missing some organ. Near as you can tell, it is in the lower abdomen. But there's a pretty significant divot, as if something has been removed from something in like around their stomach or below.
Xander, please note that we have a abnormal cavity. And he's going to take out his scalpel and is going to open up that section delicately.
Is this the Relodyne special steel.
Velodyne patented.
Yeah.
Prototype
Yeah,
revision 4, I believe.
Show it for the
Wonderful.
camera.
Yeah. You can get them in the gift shop.
Zu'lin looks at the camera.
Noted.
A faint buzzing.
Oh, I'll add the static again.
And
So I will
Yeah.
identify then exactly.
you got it. So your heal check was actually so good that even before you cut this person open to verify this, you are almost positive that they are missing their lower intestines just completely. And sorry, small intestines. Apologies, small intestine. And which would be the upper part of the intestinal tract.
That's significantly less of a cavity.
Significantly less of a cavity, but yeah. So as you do cut them open, you do in fact determine that yes, they are missing their small intestine. And what you're going to note about this is extra strange, and that is that in the other bodies that were missing organs, it looked like the organs had sort of just been removed and there was no wound left behind.
Mhm.
Like the one lung that was missing, it had not bled into the body cavity. It was just like it had healed over, like it was never there to begin with. The same thing is true of this. The small intestine is gone, and the stomach simply doesn't connect to the lower intestines. And the lower intestine simply has no opening at the top that would connect to the small intestine. So it's a weird
This person died of
situation.
constipation.
What the?
Yeah,
hell?
it doesn't make any sense, because if this person was truly missing their small intestine and there was nothing connecting the stomach to the lower intestine, then they would have never survived beyond childbirth, basically.
And this looks like it's not even healed. Does it look like it's just how it is?
It looks like it's just how it is, yeah.
Like
it's
It could be not a process of regeneration would have created a new small intestine.
Yeah, like the injury, it's almost as if the organ was removed as the person was also receiving healing magic at the same time.
Gotcha.
So that any loose bits or openings or injuries would heal over.
Actually, I guess that's a good question. Would Zu'lin know if regenerative magic could do such a thing? They could.
Yeah, you would know that regenerative magic would have just simply regrown a small intestine. So if a proper regeneration spell was cast on this person, they wouldn't have been like this. They would have just had a normal GI tract. But in this case, it looks like their small intestine simply gone and was never there to begin with.
Telling me that Owen's dark magic teleported their poo-poo directly from their small intestine to their large intestine.
Cursed.
I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Fascinating. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes.
And Zun will continue the process.
Okay. So we have to get through, how many marked ones were here?
4.
Let's see.
So 3 more.
Yeah, 3 more. I will also
That's what you
roll
said
2
last
just in
session.
case.
Makes sense to me.
Do you want me to do 3 rolls?
Sure. Yes, please.
Different show.
It is a different show.
All right, that's going to be a 14, a 19, and a 16.
Okay.
Okay.
That is going to be some rolls for me as well. That is a 17, a 26, a 14,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep, there we go.
Okay. I see you there. All right. So the two of you work together side by side on these bodies. And sure enough, each one of them, as you perform an autopsy on the other 3, are all missing some part of their anatomy. One of them is missing a heart. One of them is missing their left lung. I believe the other one's missing a right lung. I might have that crossed, but I think it was the right one was missing already. So this one's missing a left lung, and one of them is missing like their liver or something. So everything you have found so far has been sort of unique, right? Each person that's missing a piece is not missing the same piece that anyone else has been missing. So, yeah, in this case, we'll say left lung, heart, and liver are missing out of these three.
Okay.
And again, none of them show injury with this. It was almost as if they never had it to begin with. So the person with their heart missing, all of their main arteries and veins leading up to the heart simply stop.
I bet they hated Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I suppose to verify, we could check one of the unmarked ones and see if they're missing anything as well.
Just to be careful, why don't we check one of the bludgeoning, one of the slashing, and one of the piercing unmarked ones?
Zu'lin
Okay.
nod and proceed to the other cadavers.
Okay, you perform 3 more autopsies. I'll save you the time and the rolls and tell you that as you perform these 3 autopsies, you find that the unmarked corpses do not appear to be missing any pieces. Near as you can tell, they are complete.
Okay.
Alright.
Besides,
the
you know, the
ones
ones
missing
missing body
arms.
parts.
Except for the ones that are missing arms or legs. That's true.
Yes. So, it would appear that these may be different killers.
Well, it's either a different killer or perhaps, as I stated before, maybe the determination of what body part is desired is decided post-mortem. Perhaps they couldn't find anything they wanted.
That is an interesting theory. My question for you would be, how are they determining?
Well, unfortunately, the most important variable, and that is already missing from each of the corpses.
I suppose the missing organs have no sign whatsoever of scar tissue in the area, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. In fact, it seems to have healed. In fact, healed doesn't seem to be the correct word either, as they seem to be altered, as if the part missing was never there to begin with.
So, hypothetically, not understanding how this healing magic works, if the killer were to kill the victims, cut them open, and examine their insides, and then heal them back after removing or deciding not to remove an organ, would that leave any marks on the outside? Because if not, then the bags would potentially make sense.
About this time, Valentino will arrive in the building.
What have we found?
We have found that all of the marked corpses have a missing organ of some form.
Do they all have all the ones with the marks on them?
That is correct.
Do you think the mark is able to somehow remove their organs?
That was something that I considered, but the mark itself doesn't appear to be magical.
Well, I mean, if it's marking them out to a god, the god just has to be the magical part.
I suppose it's possible. Yes. Though what god that would be,
Might not be
I
the
can't
obvious
imagine.
one. Yeah.
I suppose my question then would be, if this was some sort of sacrifice to a god, why not just mark all of the victims? Why only a certain subset of them?
Maybe there's criteria.
Wait a minute.
What do you think?
All of the victims that are marked and missing organs match a certain demographic.
Go on.
Is there perhaps a chance that these organs are necessary for someone? Perhaps you're right. They need certain specifications. All of the victims are within a certain age range. For the most part, they're human. For the most part, they're women. We know that some of the organs we examined before were in very good condition. What if somebody needs said organs? For what reason, I can't imagine.
I mean,
Zu'lin,
I could throw out a few guesses, but they're just that so far. Got some contradicting information for sure. But I mean, they are marked by the emblem of a dead god that people have been trying to resurrect for a while and, put together piece by piece.
Please humor me for my machinations. Imagine that one is waiting for a old god to die to be reborn. It
Yes.
could be possible to be supplanting that living individual with new parts.
The potential vessel of said dead god.
Correct.
The issue with this would be that from what we learned before, all attempts to locate the vessel of Owen have failed because Owen isn't currently in mortal form. So I'm not sure how exactly that would work. And why women?
Well, an organ is an organ if it is usable.
So what if, I don't even like saying this, but what if they're not trying to build a new body for Owen, but for Owen's potential mother?
So, Eden?
Well, corporeal mother.
Yes. Fascinating. My question would be then, where would his immortal spark come from? I can understand building the perfect body, in theory at least, but how would they find the divine spark when even his cultists seemed to fail because he's not God, nor is he mortal currently?
Well, sure, this seems like a question for Stavik. I'm sure Stavik would have all of our answers about how Owen works here and know exactly what to do. You just ask him and Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a worshiper of Odin. It would be like, hey, Stavik, you need to have all the answers right there.
I'm sure. I would also like to point out that we're assuming that this is Owen, but that's not necessarily
No,
the
it's not
case.
necessarily the case. There are
Especially
definitely a
because,
lot of hints, but
yeah, the inside of the symbol is missing. So there is the circle, if we can call it that, but there's nothing inside, which is odd.
could I make like a religion check to know how the symbolism works on that?
Sure.
Like
yeah,
what that's supposed to
absolutely.
represent? Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, you go ahead and give me
Not
knowledge
very good
religion.
at this myself, but
Okay.
make a roll.
So, yeah, Valentino, go ahead.
Yeah, is it 14?
14. You would know that the Owen symbol is a circle that's in 3 sections, and that each section is meant to represent one of the aspects of Owen. So it's life, death, and rebirth is the cycle. And you don't know about anything about a centerpiece. Typically, it's a circle with nothing in the middle.
What centerpiece are you talking about?
When Stavik drew the circle for Louie and I, he drew the waves in the inside the circle.
Interesting. How does a skeleton need to sleep anyway? Where the fuck is he? So do you think this is a deliberate corruption or like a different denomination?
It's hard to tell. Stavik had mentioned the Death Whisper cult, but this seems to be something different. Perhaps we should confer with Louie, since he seems to be somewhat of an expert on the subject of Owen.
Seems fair to me. Do you have everything you need here?
Let's collect samples of all of the victims just in case, and if Alonso's around, we can ask for contact information if he has any. And Xander's just going to go by and start collecting some samples from each of the victims.
You got it. No trouble. The coppers on the area will allow you to do so with no question.
Xeno, you're muted.
Thank you. We'll also take some from the non-marked individuals
Yes.
as a variable.
Okay.
And then I
to
suppose
Louie.
we'll head out to Louie.
Also, are
Right.
the newest one? We took some from the newest one as well, correct?
Yes, Xander had taken skin, blood, and hair samples from them.
You'll take some of that blood eventually and see if you can dilute out and find any chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this party is fucking gross.
Right?
That's the life of investigation.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I feel like we're just gonna get grosser every season.
Just
Thank
you wait.
Xeno, mostly.
Thank you, Xeno.
You're welcome. I do my best.
I
I'm
could
doing
tell.
my part.
I didn't do fucking shit.
We're all horrified by Vera, and you're like, I can up that,
do
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, we
Oh,
can
yeah.
get weirder.
Oh, I'm excited for one of my characters.
Yeah. I know
So
the one you're
what?
talking about. All right,
Lord of the
so
shitlord. Sorry. All right.
you make your way out of the back areas of the God's Home, and you find Louie and Bastion out there, kind of just getting some fresh air.
Louie's reading a book while he's waiting. He's reading a book
Bastion-
about the royalty in Burgos, actually.
Bastion is trying to balance the tip of a dagger on his hand.
How's
it
it working?
Yeah.
Pretty well. Pretty well.
Very nice.
Be careful.
So slap it out of his hand.
I'm gonna slap it out of his hand. I'm just gonna subtly distract him. Oh, what? Louie, we've got some info.
Huh? What? What's up?
Try to catch the knife if Bastion drops it.
I'll have him make a reflex save.
Okay.
What'd you guys find out? Anything good?
At 20.
Okay, fair enough.
We have some disturbing revelations.
Yes.
What's going on? Did you find something like
Zu'lin.
awful and
Well, each of the marked victims was indeed missing a organ or muscle of some kind.
Each one?
damn?
Or
It's a small
Only the marked
intestines, heart on another, left lung, which coincides with the
No.
right lung taken from.
You just take it down like a notch there,
Well,
Zuzu.
and the
Just
liver,
like
too.
the details, just like the broad strokes. Okay.
missing internal body parts, right?
It was quite
Yes.
important to know each individual one.
But like, all of them or just certain ones?
Xander said
One
them,
at a time.
and he kind of looks around and then gestures for everyone to get a little bit closer. Just the
Like,
marked.
huddle up.
Beak just
Mm-mm.
pokes.
Okay.
Steps in.
Xander said the marked ones only.
Yes. And I believe we discovered that, strangely, the rest of the bodies, healed is perhaps the wrong word. It was as if those organs had never been there in the first place, anatomically, on the inside.
How is that even possible?
Not.
Well, yes, it's
Perhaps a altered regeneration spell of some kind. Maybe some form of regenerative potion.
perhaps, or perhaps they were healed afterwards, or as the organs were taken out. Then again,
If it was just normal healing, we would most likely see scarring of some form.
I have a
that
question.
is true. Yes, Louie?
Were the bodies opened up in any way before to take out the parts?
There's no signs of any trauma to the skin other than those incurred during the attacks.
But then, if the insides were in that condition, and we're supposing the killer had the ability to heal it so that it almost seemed like they were
Okay,
never
okay.
there. Yes.
That makes sense. Sorry. New to magic, no idea about healing magic, to be honest.
I just don't see why they wouldn't have if they were using some form of regeneration, they could have just regenerated the part entirely.
Oh.
Precisely.
I don't understand any of this.
I still think it's not off the table that these people just somehow managed without their organs. Like, if we're dealing in the domain of gods, then possibility isn't necessarily the only rules here.
Okay.
I would also point us back to the messages. He is hungry and must be fed.
Okay, so I thought
Organ
this as well.
parts. Fed organ parts. Is that what you're insinuating?
Yes.
Okay.
This just gets darker and darker.
Breathe in through the nose. Okay.
Like,
Okay. What's our next step?
well,
We gotta set a trap for this fucker ourselves, I think.
but like,
or
do we know
find
where
him.
he's gonna be?
The park.
True.
Why? Why would he be at the park?
Oh, you didn't see it.
See what?
Oh. Yes.
Whoops. You were in that, you were studying. Good on you.
Thank you. I learned a lot.
I'm glad. There was a painting in the Dupree's house that had a picture of Ivy Park, all 6 of us, and a mysterious figure kind of in the middle background. And it was painted 2 years ago.
Also, there was some wonderful paintings of birds with hats on them.
That sounds like fucking witchcraft. Don't even say that again. Let's go to the park, though. This sounds like a lead.
Well, maybe we should get our bounty from the coppers first for the circus case this morning.
Yes. We should also get the information on families if possible, though I suppose that none of the marked individuals had any sort of relatives or anything come in, so that's kind of a non-question now. Though the divination specialists, I wonder if they have contact information. Perhaps we could discuss
That
and
would,
see if they have any information.
should we ask the coppers or the people here? I mean, they're kind of here too.
I suppose while we're here, we might as well ask, and if they say no, we have to head back to the base anyways to collect our
True.
bounty.
And then stop at the park. If nothing's at the park, go home. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe stake the park out for a while. I mean, if this was painted like 2 years ago, it sounds like there could be a big window of when this could happen.
Hey, Beardy, can I ask
Yes.
where the sun was in the sky in the painting?
In that painting, since it was kind of impressionistic,
I know.
there wasn't a sun in the sky.
What colors were
shadows?
used for the sky? Yeah, or were there shadows?
The sky was a blue-gray color
Okay.
with black streaks going across it horizontally every so often. And the shadows were
Trees?
all going back and to the left.
Okay. Louie will describe what
So-
vaguely that looked like time period wise.
So east?
Yeah.
Sun in the east?
And based on that, you would believe it would probably be in the morning, based on the direction of the viewer into the park. So it was probably a morning of some kind.
So we've probably already missed our window for that time period.
Yeah, also, since Stavik's not here, we can't recreate it, so can't have it this episode.
That's true. Stavik's not with us, so
That is true.
all 6 of us were there, not 5. So how about we try tomorrow
Indeed.
morning?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. That works.
Stop
I guess,
crawling here. What the fuck is going on?
I'm sure he was just aching to find something important.
Yeah. I mean, he seemed
sure.
kind of troubled last time, so I'm like,
That's true.
you know.
All right.
They shouldn't poke fun.
You three go in, try to get some diviners' names or places, and then we head to the coppers. Savvy?
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
And break. Good job, everyone.
I'll leave the talking to you, Valentino, since you are the expert.
It's true. That's fair. What am I saying?
You're asking the divination individuals.
Specialists. Yeah.
Specialists. Professors.
Well, asking them
Contact
what?
Contact info if they have those people.
The people
Something
at
like
where? At the temple?
Yeah, here at the God's Home, if they have the contact information, and if not, we're heading to the main garrison anyways to collect our bounty, so
Yeah.
we can always just ask there again.
Then yeah, I'll head in. Does there look like there's like a head priest or anything like that?
There are some priests in here, but as far as any diviners, there's no one here that matches that.
I mean, I'll quickly ask around and see if they know what they like we were saying, contact info.
Yeah, there's like a specialist that comes in every so often to go through and cast gentle repose on all the corpses. And they also would come in and they were sort of doing a little bit of the investigation, but since the specialists, you guys, were assigned to the case, they've sort of taken a back seat. So they haven't been around much since then. But it's also only been like 2 days.
Do they have like a schedule?
No,
Like
that you
general
know of.
repose lasts like what, like a week?
Yeah, something
Okay.
like that. It's like it's a day per level, so.
I hear Gigarian had some really good diviners, but I think they went on like an investigation yesterday.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I wonder why they've done that. That sounds like a completely them problem.
Agreed. So yeah, there doesn't appear to be all that much information here about the location of any particular diviner. But you guys can make your way to the Copper HQ to get paid if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, head there.
Money?
So as you gather yourselves back up, you make your way to the front of the building, and standing on the front steps of the God's Home, I would like each and every one of you to roll a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Perception.
That's the name of the show.
He said the name of the show.
He said the name.
All right, we've got a 2 and a 1 so far.
Those are my rolls.
It's so bad.
Want everyone to know, before game, I rolled 20 d20s, and I had like 6 19s and 20s.
You used them all up.
It's the time slot. It's the time slot, I'm telling you.
All right, well, apparently Bastion's the only one of you that can roll well, so at the moment, it does track. So you guys are walking out of here, and Bastion suddenly stops, and he turns his head, and he looks over, and you guys see a street urchin, a young child, maybe 10 years old, wearing a little floppy cap and walking along the street. And at first, none of you paid attention because there's street urchins all over the place, you know. But apparently Bastion heard something from this kid as this kid is walking down the street barking something out as he holds a stack of some sort of printed papers.
What is it?
I swear I just heard my name.
What?
Yeah, I think that kid just like said my name. I swear I heard it.
Louie
The guy over there?
turns and starts to wave at the kid. Excuse me, what's the paper for today?
You approach the child, and the kid looks at you and is sort of surprised to be addressed in such a way. It says, "Oh, I'm not a news kid exactly.
Oh.
I'm just to pass these out to any who want them."
Oh, thank you. May I have one?
And they'll hand you one, and it says it's an advertisement. It is a one-page advertisement that says at the top, "Dupree Investigations."
Louie pulls out a gold piece from his pocket and hands it over to the little boy. Don't tell anyone I gave this to you, okay?
What's this? These are free. sir.
I know. Don't tell anyone I gave this to you.
Okay.
Just
And the kid pockets the gold coin.
take care of yourself, okay? Thank you. Actually, can I have,
Sure.
like, more copies because of that?
And the kid will give you like half the stack.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. If I gave you another one, could I get all of them?
Well, I mean, I guess if nobody ever finds out, that's okay.
How would anyone find out?
I mean, I wouldn't tell anybody, because then I'd get in trouble. But I mean, as long as you don't tell anybody and get me in trouble, then it'd be, I guess, okay.
He hands
You
him
wouldn't-
another gold coin and takes the papers.
You take the rest of the papers.
I ain't telling anyone. I'm not a snitch, okay?
So the kid pockets the second gold piece.
I
and
shove
then we'll-
all these papers in my bag.
You wildly put them in your backpack, just ripping a bunch of them as you go.
Oh, it's heavy.
It's quite a bit. There's a pretty heavy stack of papers. But if you look at them, the printout is about the Dupree Investigation Company, and how it's a brand new investigation company, and they brought in specialists from all across Adrian to staff it. And there is a blurb in there about each one of you.
Louie
What do they say?
walks.
Go to the thing.
You know what? I'm just
Volunteer
gonna
to take one of
scan
these
this
papers
really
out of your
quick
bag.
before I share it. Actually,
I mean, I'll sleight a hand if I have to. I'm taking one out of Louie's bag.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand for that.
Ooh, that's a 15?
oh, let me use my perception
Oh, yeah.
then. Good
That'll probably
Chiga.
work. Yeah, you got it. All right. So Valentino, you slip one of them out of the bag anyway, and
What was
start
this
reading
guy
on your
giving
own.
away?
Well, it says the Dupree Investigation Company is currently employing specialists from across Adrian, and lists them out by name, or at least as much of your names as they have. And then we'll say what your specialties are and what you do. May I give
Yes.
a little bit of a blurb for
Go
each of
for
you
it.
here?
Go for
Okay,
it.
how shall I? Who shall I start with?
Just start from top to bottom of what it is in the article.
Okay. In that case, it's going to be starting with Valentino. Good job, Valentino. You got top billing.
Top
Yes, that makes sense.
So it starts with Valentino, and it says, Valentino, the great investigator from the Mary Valley, renowned for his abilities to both get into any place needed to solve an investigation, as well as pick the pockets of suspects to find important clues. As great of a lover as he is a fighter, and capable of doing any feat of daring do to solve the case. It's like I said, it's written like an advertisement, right?
Right.
So all of this is very
Why did we-
hyperbolic.
Keep these. We should be giving these out.
Hey kid, can I hire you to put these out?
It's incredibly glowing statement about Valentino and all of his abilities.
The pickpocket thing's a little racist, but whatever.
Yeah,
How is it
No,
racist?
it is mildly racist. That is true.
How's that? You don't know a lot of halflings, do you, Louie? That's fine.
No, actually, no.
Didn't you pick Stavik's pocket yesterday?
Look, that's not relevant. The point is just that
All
we're
right,
gonna do what we can to survive.
He's gonna wink.
Louie's gonna hand out the papers to the others, now realizing that Valentino's just reading it, so he'll just give one each to the others and keep them deep seated inside his bag for all the others. You can see Louie's body is physically slanted in the direction that his bag is. All right.
You need to counterbalance that. Damn.
The next one listed is Xander the All-Seeing is actually what his name is written in there. Xander the All-Seeing, mystic of Prenia, able to solve all mysteries of the heart. Able to see into the hearts of people around him and understand the true nature of anyone and root out a cheating spouse with ease.
Louie's tongue sticks in his cheek while reading.
Xander's expression is completely blank as he looks at this.
Yeah, you get the sense they may have made up things or embellished things as they went, just to make you all sound better than you are. Maybe.
I mean, it does
Not
matter to
Valentino's.
mine.
His Valentino's was completely accurate.
It maybe undersold me a little, but that's fine.
The next listed is Zu'lin. Zu'lin is listed as...
Is it Zu'lin or Zu'lin Crowbottom?
if you gave them your full name, it's listed. So if you said Crowbottom, it's listed as Crowbottom.
How's it spelled?
Probably like it sounds.
Nice.
So incorrectly.
Kiss that crow bottom.
And it says Zu'lin Crowbottom, Master of Potions and Alchemist Extraordinaire, able to brew up truth serums and things to get to the bottom of any great mystery.
That's true. It's tracks.
It also lists that you are your identity is sworn to secrecy, and that you're part of an ancient order of mystic alchemists that never reveal their faces.
Right. Nice.
Never
I like
reveal their
backstory.
horrible beaks.
The next one listed is going to be Stavik. They list Stavik as a mountain of a man who is able to get to the center of any investigation through brute force and strength, and is able to intimidate out the truth from cowards, and is able to cut through the red tape of an investigation.
Sinewy mountain of a man.
Sinewy mountain of a man. And then the next one listed is going to be Bastion. Honestly, his is probably the shortest of anyone's. It just lists him as a competent assistant.
Oh.
Bastion, this is bullshit. You are more than a competent assistant.
Bastion just reads it, crumples it up, and just throws it back into Louie's pack.
Oh,
And the last one listed is Louie Freeman.
They know my last
And
name?
Did you
I have
give them your
not
last
used
name?
my last name yet.
My apologies. In that case, it's just Louie. And
Louie
it says that Louie is a genius investigator from a faraway land who has crisscrossed all of Adrian, learning the tricks and ability to see through all layers of a mystery all at once, and to immediately come to the truth of things. And that using his techniques that he developed while traveling in the Far East, he's able to pierce the souls of mortal men. Again, completely bullshit, but there it is.
Hold on.
Travel to the Far East, Louis.
What?
I didn't realize you had traveled Far East.
Oxidor. I was pretty sure I mentioned it at breakfast, actually.
Oh.
That'd be West.
West.
Oh,
yeah, that would
shit.
be West.
Wait. East.
Yes.
Pinto.
No,
Yeah.
that would be the Far East.
I always get the directions mixed up like right and left. That's a Kenny problem, not a Louie problem. I'm sorry. No, mostly west, to be honest, less east. I want to go east. I want to go to Quay eventually, but
Yeah, it sounds like they just made up a bunch of shit about us, so whatever.
I mean, most of my stuff sounds alright, except for the pickpocketing things through. It's just kind of weird to put that forward, like as the first thing.
I'd be very interested in seeing these tricks that allow you to pierce through and see people's souls, Louie.
I think that's probably not me. Out of all of this. All right, well, I have all these papers. He just stares at them.
So you notice something else about it. So it does list an address.
Oh my fucking god.
It lists an address there to go and find you all.
Mm-hmm.
And the address is listed as 221 Panadero. And you are also going to notice one other strange thing about this pamphlet. And that is that it has some lines, like this sort of fancy border around the outside. And in the corner of each of these, or where these line borders meet, there's sort of a fancy little, I don't know what you'd call it, like a little crenellated kind of illustration around the borders of this paper. And in the center of each one is a little drawn bird in each corner.
That
and
bitch.
each bird is wearing a hat.
Wonderful.
I'm glad it was all the kids who came into this conclusion for writing this. So good.
Oh, that's like super endearing.
Yeah.
Prinia, huh?
So,
Fucking rich kids at the same time. We're out here solving a murder, and they're like, "We should draw them a flyer."
Yes. Supposedly.
Supposedly. Can someone hold my bag?
There
It's-
you
Okay. Louie just hands it to Valentino. It's a lot of paper and my books and stuff. And that's pretty much it. It's a lot of paper in general
I
then.
can feel the weight of your knowledge.
hey,
That's not
I
even
can
close.
carry that for you.
Well, that explains it because it's not like that much. But I mean, if you want
Louis-
to, then I mean,
Takes one object out of the bag and then gestures to Bastion. He took
Was
out
it his journal?
It was his journal.
Bastion just pretends to not notice and will swing the backpack over one shoulder. All right, I got it.
So, friends, after we collect this bounty, shall we go brew some truth serums, find cheating husbands, peer into souls, pickpocket some individuals, and perhaps break into their houses in order to...
I was going to
Our
focus on the
investigation?
loving and fighting part personally, but you know, whatever it comes across.
Yes.
Sounds
How
as
will we do it
how
without our
will
mounted
we
of a
do it?
man?
That's true.
He sure is something.
Mountains.
Yeah. Let's hope he's okay. All right. We keep heading towards the copper station.
All right, party makes their way north through Luciana, cutting your way up all the way to the Copper HQ. And as you arrive at the Copper HQ, you find that it is, much as you saw it last, a nice little building here, well maintained, and there are staff of Copper Brotherhood people all around the area, making sure the place is well staffed and safe. As you approach, you can step inside, and you'll find there is a clerk there that is currently talking to a number of other people who are coming in to register any number of various complaints and problems within the Copper Brotherhood headquarters. It appears that the clerk will be busy for some time, so you have a moment to kind of mill about and wait.
Just an idea. Since I guess we're now officially a group, and Louie opens up his journal and flips to a specific page. I was thinking of maybe coming up with a team name so we're not under the lady's name at all.
Sounds like a splendid idea.
I've
Meat and magic.
been writing a couple of ideas. I don't think most of them are good, but I was trying to kind of combine stuff together of us, but it's almost impossible to put all of our elements together. So I tried to at least do a vague, specific togetherness. I noticed several of you, 3 of you, use fiery-like things. So I thought that was a really good element to put into it for the most part. So if you'll allow
doesn't
me.
that also contrast with your ice?
You mind if I try this first?
Oh, go ahead.
So let's see. I've got Frozen Flames. I tried Silent Shadows, but it sounds a little too edgy, I think. Frostfire Gambit also seemed a little too Thieves Guildy and not a
Oh, I like that word though.
Good.
But
group yet. I came up with Golden Glaives, which I feel like doesn't fit all of us though, so I was gonna skip that. Burning Secrets, Golden Moths, Veiled Reapers, that one's too edgy too. Frostfire, Frozen Embers, Frostburn, Glacial Infernos, and my favorite, the Flame Frost Vanguard.
we don't want to still just go with the troop of Valentino. That's not working anymore.
I don't want to be put under your name, I'm gonna be honest.
I can understand. It's daunting. It's a lot to live up to.
It sure up to. He looks up and then back down at Valentino. Mm-hmm.
Look up with you, like, yeah, it's like that.
Yeah.
Not unless you're willing to put a ring on it, Valentino.
I'll have to collect some rings.
Some. No.
From pockets? Or
That's where I can find the best ones.
Maybe I can assist you.
Xander is gonna put an arm around Bro's shoulders. Just give him a little squeeze.
Thanks.
It's okay, bro.
I don't think being married is in the cards for me, so I guess I'll just have to decline. Can't be under your name, Valentino. So sorry. Besides, you don't even have a last name. So, what could I own then?
That's true. I don't. No name that could be seen.
Or
Well,
pronounced.
probably now.
No last name. Is there a reason you don't use such a thing? Come to think of it, I don't know most of your last names.
I don't actually have one. So, like, that makes it easy.
Me neither.
Like I just didn't come from, like, a family. Like, I kind of grew up in an orphanage sort of situation, so, like, we didn't really have last names there. So
I'd
I
rather.
guess, like, a lot of... No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'd rather not use mine out in public, but please keep going.
I was just gonna say, like,
Okay.
most people that, like, come from a place, then they would just, like, use that town as their last name. So I guess, like, it'd be like Kanyas, but, like, that's a city. So, like, it kind of sounds weird.
Yeah.
So
You want to make one?
maybe someday. When I hear something that sounds right.
That's fair.
How about you?
Well, to answer Zu'lin's question, yes. There is a reason. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Sorry, Zu'lin. I guess you're the only one.
I suppose so. Quite unfortunate. I prefer usually using last names as a formality.
Well, at least Stavik has Ostervik.
is true.
He's not quite what his name.
What?
Xander
These are-
smirks.
I don't think a name is going to be more familiar than Valentino. Or more formal.
Yes, I'd prefer if most people just remember your name, Valentino. I'm gonna be honest.
That said, I think there are some really nice options in this list. Perhaps we should wait for Stavik to come back from his trip.
Sure, but think about it, or if you want, you can think of a better name.
What about like the Valiant Dragons? The heroes of justice?
Never mind. I
like-
think we'll just keep the list.
These all kind of sound like, you know, like adventurers, you know, like groups of
Yes.
heroes and things. Like we're
Exactly.
we're like an investigation company, so like shouldn't we call ourselves like? Or are we naming the investigation company? Or are we naming?
I just meant us as a group.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, I'll have to think about it then.
They may see us as investigators now, but this is only a half step away from
I
being
don't
called heroes.
want to stop our potential from just being an investigator. I guess.
We cannot stop our potential.
So, if we just say that's name investigators, then we're stuck with that job forever, right? I don't want that. I want to do more.
I like that.
Yes, this is good thinking, buddy. But we are investigators today, so that we get paid for it.
So, let's get paid and let's rest.
Yes. Sounds good.
Are they back enough to where we can go inside now? Beardy?
So while you're having your conversation, the groups that are with the clerk have not really progressed all that much. But actually the door to your north is going to open, the one that opens into the captain's office directly.
Mm-hmm.
And the captain is going to step out and looks over and notices the lot of you and says, "Oh, you're all here.
Hi.
Did Oh, you're probably here for that business at the circus.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Yeah. Come on in.
Can I
And
sense
he'll-
motive him?
Sure. What do you wishing to
I
sense?
want to see whether he thought we were here about something other than that, something perhaps like maybe related to Lady Dupree. Because he had a really strong reaction to her last time. So I'm wondering if I see any annoyance or anything on his face.
You don't read any annoyance, more surprise, or
Okay.
just general like,
Starstruck.
yeah, you know what? That's what it is. Starstruck.
Mm-hmm.
So, he invites you into his office, and he walks you. You know, you guys walk into the office space there, and he'll look around and say, "Sorry, we're kind of having a bit of a busy morning, so I don't really have any tea to offer you all, but you all did manage to catch that guy yesterday. Well, it was this morning, right?
This morning.
Yes, this morning.
Yes.
He shakes his head. Sorry, haven't gotten a whole lot of sleep. Yeah. Well, turns out we brought that guy here, interrogated him, and he split like a rotten melon. He told us everything. Apparently, this isn't even the first time he's done something like this. He admitted to 2 other killings. Now, as much as I'd like to say they were, ones we could scratch off our list here, they were in other cities. So, yeah, It turns out he was a real piece of work. But now he's going to languish in prison here for a little while before he can be taken to the full amount of the justice system and then dealt with. But you all still did a fantastic job rooting him out as quick as you did. So Copper Brotherhood, of course, sees a pretty large contract with the city, as you know, and part of that allows us to hire in private investigators like yourselves, and we're happy to offer decent compensation. So here's this. And he will lift a small chest, place it on the desk, pop it open, and it has a couple of smaller bags inside for easy use. So it's all yours. Totals out to 500.
Okay.
And he'll sort of slide it over towards your group.
Thank you.
It's not an even split. All right.
I have a couple questions for
Sure.
you. Could you tell me how long the circus has been here in town?
They got here maybe 4 days ago, but they
Okay.
didn't start showing anything. They have to set up, I guess, for a day. So their first showing wasn't until the next day. And well, after what happened with that attack the other night, last night, my guess is they're not going to have a show tonight. Probably going to hit the road early. So my guess is they'll be gone maybe by tomorrow, the day after at the latest.
That makes sense.
I don't character questions because I'm making sure I remember everything. When he's talking about the attack, he's talking about the shit we caused, right?
Yeah, the elephant attack. Yeah.
Okay, the elephant attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
we caused what?
you're
I
right.
don't-
You're
I
right. Zu'lin Crowbottom caused.
Sorry, you're right, yeah.
Credit
My
where
bad.
credit is due, everyone.
Yeah, really.
My other question is, what has the Copper Brotherhood so busy today? You seem a little tired.
Well, it's not really part of your case, so I don't want to wrap you up in useless stuff, but there's been, well, the crime wave isn't just murders. There's been other groups. There have been organized crime groups making moves here and there. So, some of us are up decent hours, making sure things don't go completely out
This
of
is a lot
hand.
of
in some
work for the
districts of town.
coppers dealing with these organized crime groups.
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that.
There's a lot of work for the coppers dealing with these crime groups.
Yeah, most of them are pretty dangerous. And
Any of that work you're willing to hire out?
potentially, but not to any of you. At least not
To
until this murder situation's over.
That's too
I
bad.
prefer you all to focus on that if at all possible. Maybe once the Saint Sildine killers, brought to justice, then we can talk about additional work for you all.
Louie just makes an offended expression.
Or nods.
I'm just like, yeah, maybe you should have told us that, last night.
Well, gosh, I am beat, so I'm gonna go. Louie just exits
Alright.
the room.
Well, thanks again for your help with the situation at the circus, and
Of course.
the payment for bringing in the Saint Sildine killers, a lot more than this 500, so you know. So,
I assume that you've been already told about our new headquarters, where to find us. Is that correct?
yeah, let's see. He opens up a drawer in his desk, and he pulls out the same flyer. Yeah, a boy came by earlier, dropping these off. So if I need a love potion made, I'll make sure to let you know.
He makes the best.
I'm certainly sure that an upstanding member of the Copper Brotherhood like you needs no such thing, Xander is going to say. And we'll walk out.
Louie's in the
Alright.
main room, stuffing his face with a biscuit or a cookie.
Also, can I just verify that there were no drawings of us on that flyer?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Just your
Right.
names. No drawings of you, no likenesses of you. Just your names and the address of the place. A little blurb about what the business does. And then there's a drawing of the building at the bottom.
Okay.
And then in the corners, there's birds with hats.
As we leave, Xander is gonna tell Bro they just haven't seen the night button at work yet. I'm sure once they do, that'll be the first
know
thing
what?
they mention.
Honestly, I'm not even that mad. It's just like they had to write something, and I guess I've just been too secretive about what I've done. So like that's maybe it just means that I'm like good at hiding from stuff, which is kind of like what I do. So it's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's the outfit, to be honest.
I mean, you could just take one of them to bed, and I promise they'll remember you.
It's fine. Yeah. So where to next?
Well, I suppose we should see our new residents, shouldn't we?
Mm-hmm. That'll probably be what I do.
So who grabbed the key? Was it
It was Zu'lin.
Valentino?
Zu'lin.
Zu'lin got it. Zu'lin, you have a key then. And your group is going to head to the southwest to Panadero Street. And you make your way to 221 Panadero Street.
Hayden
and you find
Panettiere
yourself...
Street.
What's that?
Hayden Panettiere Street.
Wow.
The 221 Penodera?
Panadero.
Yeah. Mhm.
Panera Bread Street.
P-A-N. Similar.
Zu'lin made
It's
the
close.
lemonade. It makes sense now.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's why it was killing people.
Yep.
hmm
Too much caffeine.
I just want you to think about this. Imagine dying because you ate at
caffeine.
Panera Bread.
You drank
At
at,
a-
Panera Bread.
A glorified cafeteria from a hospital kills you. You know what? I'm sorry to the families of the victims of that.
That's awful.
But still, like,
I'm so
what a way to
sorry.
go.
I'm.
What a way to go.
Yeah, it's something.
What
Oh,
a way
man.
to go.
We
Couldn't
made.
even died eating something good.
Ooh,
Yikes. Oof.
we're
It's
here.
like dying from Arby's. There's a shame factor.
There's
to
gotta
it.
be someone.
I feel like the
Yikes.
chances of that are always increasingly high, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like at least if I died from eating Taco Bell, I'd be like, oh, I get it.
I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I get
that
it. Right.
that was
There's-
poison.
There's
I
a
was
level
putting
of
that in my
understanding
body.
to that.
Maybe I'll sign up for that.
So I will be finished insulting the dead now. So we'll move on. Anyway, so you make your way to Panadero Street and you arrive at an office. So let me go ahead and place you all on a little map here. You should make your way in here.
It feels like today was not as long as yesterday and yet longer. But time is still the same amount of time, really. Except time is just something that humans made up, actually. So I'm not
You
sure.
really sound like you need to get some sleep, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, you don't have to be sorry. You sound like you. Are you okay? You sound like you're super out of it. The fuck was that sentence?
All right, Zu'lin, you pop the key into the building, and the front door opens with ease, and you find a mat inside that says, "Welcome."
Welcome.
There are 3 doors immediately inside, one to your left, one to your right, and one straight forward.
All right, well, look around. So we have this entryway. Wait, so I'll look at the one that is into the door that's to the east.
Okay, the door works, Valentino. Tested it out.
Gotta make sure the hinges are good. They don't
Yeah.
squeak.
All right, so Louie and Zu'lin, you open the doors to the sides, and Louie, you find a small waiting room. There's a 3-seat sofa, a 2-seat love seat, a table in the middle of the room with some reading materials on it,
Looks,
as well as a couple of plants.
looks
there
like it's
is
a
a
waiting
window
room.
What's that?
It looks like it's a waiting room in here.
Yeah, There's also a window in the south that peers back out onto the street, where you can see people milling by, minding their own businesses.
Is there reading material or flyers?
Yes, it
that's
is.
Wonderful.
Zu'lin, you head into this room. This room has no windows, but it is a proper office desk. There is a heavy padded chair on the other side of the desk. There are a number of papers and scrawled notes on the desk. A bottle of mostly drank wine sort of on its side. And it looks like this place was abandoned in rather a hurry. There are a couple of the chairs. What's that?
Good.
There's a couple of the chairs in here for people to sit in as they would be talking to whoever is, running this. But this looks like sort of like the private or main office of whoever was running this place before.
Yeah,
There's also a small... Go ahead.
Never mind. Nah, I just gotta tell a joke.
There's also a footlocker in the northwest part of the room and a cabinet in the southeast.
Cool.
Well, let's see our main living space, I guess, if this is the office part.
Also, Xander will have been using detect magic as we walked in, just staring at everything.
Yeah, you've detected no magic so far.
Sweet.
Doesn't look like much of living space.
Well, there is more doors over in the back.
All right,
Quite
so
spacious.
There's a kitchen! I'm sorry.
So you walk in and you find this large central chamber has a number of tables. Looks like this is where investigators can sit and work. And off of this room, there are a couple of other places. You note to the west, there appears to be a lockup area. So it's like a metal barred doors.
We have a jail.
You have your own jail cell, yes. It has stone
Wonderful.
benches inside to allow people to sit in there. But it does appear to be some kind of actual proper holding cell.
Why do I
the
feel like
kitchen?
we're going to use that for timeout more than we're going to use it to capture people?
I wonder who.
The break room or lounge, whatever you want to consider it, is well appointed. There's a marble floor. There is a large heated wood range.
Oh,
And a pantry there as well that is currently empty. There's a large round table to the north with 3 bench seats around a horseshoe shape, basically around this table. There's ample seating for the entire group. So looks like this is a place where you could potentially have team meetings.
or eat, obviously.
Or eat meals.
Team
If
meals.
you're regular humans, yeah.
Or halflings.
Yeah, that's it. I was
We're
being
gonna need a
specious
kitchen.
again.
Okay, let's see. What's door number 4, I think? Oh, it's a bathroom. Louie closes the door.
Good, important. We need one of those.
No,
at least
no,
one.
it is important. I just, it is bad to keep the door open. Oh, you need it. Okay.
No, I just need to see all the corners. You never know where there could be assailants.
Okay.
So Zu'lin will go to the back
Lockers.
of the building.
Yeah.
Check out the
Zu'lin,
doors.
you
back there.
pop open the door there, and you see a table. Inside, there are 2 chairs to the north and 1 chair to the south. It's a very simple stone room. It looks much more secure and even claustrophobic than the rest of this place. There's also a strange surface on the northern side of the room that looks to be stone-like, but not like the rest of the stone on the north side of the room.
Magic on that strange surface.
You detect magic on it, and there's an illusion spell upon it.
I see.
Oh.
Louie, you walk in, and you can see right through the wall to your south.
How devious.
Not only can you see into the room, you can also hear perfectly what's on the other side of that wall. So you can hear Zu'lin's footsteps in there.
Huh.
Wave to them.
They can tell we're in here.
I can.
You can't hear.
No, I can't hear him, but I'm just still waving.
Hey, something weird's happening out here, guys.
What do
Bastion
you
says that. He points on the desk that Valentino is now standing next to, and you see a quill is animating itself and writing on a piece of paper. And it says, V: wait a minute.
Oh, go back in and start talking again.
Of course, I know you got it. What do we want me to talk about? I've got.
What do you want me to talk about? I can go into some stories.
Yes, that's so cool.
I mean, I only just got started, but thank you.
So everything he says, this quill is writing on a piece of paper.
Keep talking, Valentino.
No, of course. I mean, I'm surprised that set you up so quickly. People usually get excited about my stories, but I usually have to get into the actual story for the past.
Okay, you can shut up now. Oh, you are magnificent. And Louie is just so close to this quill.
The quill will dot the final sentence, and then in the margins it will write, "Thank you."
Oh.
If I detect magic, is there like a shape of anything?
You detect magic, and there appears to be, I would call it less of a shape, more of an energy field. But yeah, there appears to be some force there. So it's not that the quill itself is animated, but it's being manipulated by some other magical being.
I am going to be your new best friend.
It flips the paper over to a blank side and says, "Hello, I'm pleased to meet you."
Oh, pleased to meet you too. My name's Louie. What's yours?
And it writes down. See if I can get this in the proper language. There we go. HERTZDOTTIR is what it writes.
You say that, but I definitely read God's cab.
Oh,
Her
I'm sorry. Hold
daughter.
on.
I can't read that language. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I
hold
can.
on. There you go. That's what it
Okay.
writes.
Oh, do you mind if I call you Hertz, or would that be preferred to use the full linguistics?
Or do you prefer
It-
dot?
It writes, any would be fine. Whatever you wish to call me.
I actually like Dot too. That's a good one. Hello, Dot.
It writes hello and then it underlines it twice.
Oh, it's so.
Its penmanship is perfect, by the way. It's elegant looking.
I wouldn't know what that looks like, so.
The opposite of Zu'lin's handwriting.
Louie is just busy, like, on the table, hands on it, just really close to the quill, just examining its every aspect, every bit of its feather. You are magnificent. Oh my goodness. I forgot what we were doing.
Well, we're looking to see where the living spaces.
Are there stairs to an upstairs or anything?
Yes. Louie, the box directly to your east is
Oh,
stairs
okay.
leading upstairs. So
We'll pretend
heading
they're
up
here.
there, Louie, you would make your way up to a second floor where you find a simple set of rooms. Each one appears to be well appointed. They're not fancy, but they're also not cramped either. I'd say they're about 10 feet by 15 feet.
Okay, like a
So-
dorm room.
Like a dorm room.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not super tiny, but they're not super huge either.
Mhm.
They're just comfortable enough to be bedding for like a business.
So, is there one for each of us?
Yeah, there's actually 6 different rooms.
Even as it should be. Perfect. All right, I claim the one with the best view.
There are actually most of them, about half of them, so 3 of the rooms are on the north side of the building and half the rooms are on the south side of the building. So
Do they all have windows?
Yes, each one has a window.
Ooh, I'll take the north side then so I can look out to Ivy Park.
Yeah. So the north side
Me
has a
too.
view of Ivy Park, and the south side has a view of the inside of this block, which is kind of a large
Garden area.
market forum.
Oh, a market forum. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take the southern room then.
All right. So Xander and Louie for north, Valentino for south. Any thoughts?
I'll take a south room as well.
Okay.
You said that faces the market.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bastion?
Bastion thinks about it and says, I don't want to pick until Stavik can choose, so I'll pick last.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That's
mean-
very kind of you.
It's fine. I'm just here to assist anyway.
That's if he comes back tonight. You should probably just pick a random room then otherwise. What's in this
Xander's
room?
gonna pat Bastion on the back.
Look, I'm more than anything though, I'm just kind of like blown away that we have a place of our own. So if it's all the same to you guys, I'm gonna pick up some booze because these pantries are empty.
Can you pick
There's
up
some-
some like cooking food too, Bastion? It's this way.
And then you hear the cabinet open up in the main office. Oh boy, it looks like the last owner forgot to pack all of his belongings. And apparently he was a bit of a booze hound. And
Good.
he reaches into this cabinet and starts laying bottles out on the desk. Of which there's about 12 different kinds of liqueur.
Oh.
Well,
I think you're set for drinking tonight.
okay, yeah, forget that trip to the store. I'm just gonna be on the roof. And he grabs one of the bottles.
Just be safe up there, okay?
Yeah. If I fall, it'll be my own fault. And he goes up to the second floor.
Hmm.
I think I'm going to join him in a second, but should we touch base before we call it in for the night?
There also seems to be some form of storage room. Maybe an evidence locker.
Louie will just open up whatever's in here just to see if anything was left behind. Beardy?
So, sorry, say again?
Louie is looking in the supply closet or whatever it is,
Oh,
just to see
Yeah,
if
it's a storage closet. Yeah.
anything was left behind.
There's some mundane items in here, things to help run the office. So,
The
Writing
name of
supplies
the
mostly.
murderer.
Paper,
Yeah.
paper.
Yeah.
paper, quill, things like that.
There is all you possibly could need in here. Puts it away.
All right. So you will need to make you said a trip to the market.
Yeah, I guess I could. I don't really want to. I was hoping Bastion would.
I can take care of it. I got some shit I was going to pick up.
If you don't mind,
Not exactly in the
Valentino.
market, but I'll stop there.
Just get food. Any kind of meat, some seasonings, at least salt and pepper. Butter would probably be good. Milk or whipping cream, that's also pretty good. Yeah, that should be a good start for our supplies until Lady Dupree supplies the other food. But if you guys want dinner tonight, I can make it.
I don't say no to that. If
Okay.
you're willing to.
Oh, I don't actually know what everyone likes. And he looks around. Is there anything you all can't eat?
There is nothing Valentino can't eat.
Okay.
No allergies here.
All right.
I generally don't eat meat.
Lots of vegetables, please, Valentino. Any larger mushrooms would be probably good to use. Not drugs. I'm talking cooking mushrooms.
All right. Well, I'm going to be clear with you. I'm getting drugs as well, so
Yeah, but
I won't put
don't
them
mix.
together. I won't put them together. I'm not going to. That shit's expensive. I'm not going to just put that in with the food.
Okay.
Why would I drug you? That would cost me more.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Sounds good. Thank you for purchasing those. It's just one night, but yes. More
yeah.
vegetables. Definitely a larger mushroom. I could probably make a mushroom steak, actually. Huh. And Louie will just write down a list of like groceries pretty much and hand it to Valentino at this point.
Otherwise he would forget.
Yeah. You've got a list now. And he's written substitutes for anything that they might not have would also work pretty much. Thank you.
I'll get going.
Unfortunately, currently I don't know where else we can go with this investigation without a new lead.
Neither do I. I'm gonna set up my room in the meantime.
I'm going to go do a little bit of reading, I think.
Oh, I suppose I can do some experimentation down here.
Do not use the oven for experimentation.
Oh, the oven won't have enough consistent temperature.
Or the stovetop.
Is it the same thing?
No, the oven's inside. Then it goes back up.
Xander is also going to go up, but he's going to go up to the roof.
You head to the roof and you find Bastion up there with a big old bottle of something.
Is he just hanging over the edge?
Yeah, he's kind of sitting with his legs dangling over the edge of the building, looking over at the park.
Would you prefer to be alone up here, or would you mind a little bit of company?
Nah, welcome to sit here. It's a fine place to sit, don't you think? Look at that view. All those
This is-
trees.
Yeah. Wildflowers.
Yeah. It's not half bad, huh? I'm right here on the edge of it too, like across the street is the park. It's pretty crazy, huh?
Right.
This building must cost a fortune.
More than likely. And when we catch John, I suppose it'll be ours.
Yeah. Yeah, it will. And hey, even if we have to sell this thing, like, split that 6 ways and we'll still be set for life.
True.
Pretty great.
What are you gonna do, when you become rich, bro?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things you think about all the time, but you never really seriously think about.
Yeah.
So, and part of me says, like, buy up some big house and, like, invite all my friends to live there, you know?
Mm.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't even know which city I'd want to live in. Like, I have so many friends back in Burgos, or in Kanyas, but, yeah, I mean, this city's pretty cool too. I mean, aside from the murders, obviously.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd probably go back to Kanyas, and I'd probably try to get as many of my friends off the street as I could.
yeah.
Surprise the hell out of every one of them.
Yes.
I'd go back. I'd go back in a carriage.
Mhm, mhm.
Oh, I can
Is
just
it going to
imagine.
be pulled on a horse, or is it going to be pulled by, I don't know, some fancy, those striped beasts of burden that we
Oh yeah,
saw
we'll get some of those.
earlier?
Some of those fucking weird stripe horses. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's good. That's real good.
Yes. A golden carriage.
Yeah, golden carriage with. Yeah, that'll be good. Big banner coming off the top of it. Why not?
Yeah.
What do you do with your piece of that?
That's a good question. I can't really imagine what I would do with it. I'd probably find people who needed it, find a way to make it useful. Donate some of it, probably. Maybe to the victims or families of the victims if we can't even find those people.
Yeah.
Or perhaps I'll just open up a manor in every town in Burgos with a little teleportation circle, in each one of them.
Just spend a different day of the week in a different city, huh?
Yeah. Or we could have some very fun cross-country parties where you start in one house and then over the course of the night, every hour, you end up in a different house.
So you never know what alley you're gonna wake up in, huh?
That's
Precisely.
fucking awesome.
Invented here, folks.
Some fucking ultimate magical bender. Jesus Christ. Cross-country pub crawl.
Mm-hmm. That could be fun.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. I think I could see myself doing that at least once.
Yeah.
So who do you think this guy is? Because it seems like those last messages were left for us,
Yeah.
like directly to us.
Yeah.
So like this guy knows that we're after him, right?
Most likely. I actually had a feeling that might have been the case already.
Wait, like the killer already knew who we were like ahead of time?
Perhaps. It's just very odd that there were only 4 marked bodies before we found the ones at the temple. And the night we arrived in the city, the 4th one was committed. Not only that, but we all met that very first night, and Tessa's body had the same markings, even though she was in a completely different part of the country.
So maybe like people that are dying just like get this mark on them now? It's like a god thing, right?
I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, like what if it's not even a person marking them? What if it's just like the god itself is marking them when they die?
I suppose that actually is a possibility, given that we know the markings were done soon after she had died, and Mensant didn't seem to know anything about it.
Do we know where Tessa was from?
Wasn't she from... Was she from Pentris? I don't know.
Where are people
They
with
mentioned-
no talent born?
Hold on.
Got her.
That's rude.
Posthumous,
That's so
posthumous
awful.
slam. Boom. Love it.
Can I make a knowledge local check to see what are the major temples of Shamish in Burgos?
Sure.
Let me see that.
It's not Pinterest. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, that's 19. I didn't think so.
They got driven
one-
the fuck out of that city.
Yeah.
You would know that there is reasonable temples of Shamish in both well, in a fair amount of cities. Luciana has one, Cañas has one, and Rosalejo has one. So the three biggest cities, aside from Pinterest, all have a temple to Shamish. Now, the one in Luciana is part of the, I believe, no, it's a standalone. It has a standalone temple to Shamish. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually right near the Temple of Gagarian.
Okay.
So,
I know that Manson mentioned being connected to the church and that the church gifted them that wine bottle for their wedding. So I assume it would either be Cañas here in Luciana or in Rosalejo, though we could likely rule out Luciana if we were to take a visit and ask.
I got a stupid idea.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a stupid idea. Maybe it's the booze talking.
Mm-hmm.
It's decent, by the way. Whoever owned this place had good taste. Don't temples, like, keep a birth record?
You're right. I suppose they would. I admittedly haven't spent a lot of time in temples.
I mean, it's like, I always remember, like, when when I was growing up, there was these, there were temples around, and, like, normal kids would go there, and their parents would bring them there as a baby, and they do, like, some stuff to them when they were born, and then they would write it down in a book. I might have snuck into some churches to, like, check it out to see what I'd missed. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't, like, gonna get screwed over in life by not having, like, some magical stuff done to me as a kid.
Of course.
Turns out, not so much, but that's a whole other thing. But yeah, like, I saw a bunch of priests, and they would, like, look at the baby, and they'd say some things to the kid, and they said things to the parents, and then they'd, like, say some words, or, like, light some candles or something, or, like, the one place would dunk the kid in water. That was weird. But then they would bring out this big book, and they'd all write in it.
Oh.
And that was, like, in every temple. They'd have the big book, and they'd all write in the big book, and then they'd take away the big book. So, like, if they do the same thing in Luciana here, right? Like, that's how they do things in Cañas. But, like, if they do the same thing here in Luciana, then, like, if Tessa was, like, a local from this town, her name would be in that book, right?
You're right. You're right.
I like this booze. It helps me think.
He's gonna ruffle Bro's hair a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely the booze.
Yeah, but I'm just the assistant, so it's fine.
Oh, baby.
Well, if you're the assistant, then I suppose that means that I'm your boss, in which case you're promoted?
Sweet. So, cool. I guess you have a lead now, huh?
I think you mean we have a lead because we're partners.
Yeah. Guess we have a lead then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have a little bit of reading to catch up on, but I will leave you to this gorgeous view.
You got it. And he'll lean back and enjoy the view of the park as you head back into the building. Meanwhile, while you're doing that, what is Zu'lin up to?
I am reconfiguring the storage space so I can set up my lab stuff
Excellent.
there.
Okay. You're reorganizing the storage space into a laboratory. While that is happening then, Valentino, you go out and you procure some basic supplies. And
how
on
much
your
would that
way...
run me?
Go ahead.
How much would that run me to get everything?
Oh, to buy his basic supplies, probably 1 gold.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about drugs?
Oh, how much drugs?
All of them.
I mean, he's not looking for hard shit, but whatever it can find. So
Okay. It's about. We'll say that little time has passed, so we'll say it's about 2 p.m. Go ahead and give me a perception check, Valentino, as you look around for a drug dealer. Hell yeah.
Let me see if you perceive a drug dealer.
All right, so Val, you make your way. Is this before or after you buy groceries?
I mean, it's at convenience at what's plausible.
Okay, we'll say this is before. That way you're not carrying a bunch of like potatoes and meat.
Okay.
Funny. So, excuse me, sir.
The fucking sacrilege. I mean, I'm a halfling, right? They're gonna expect that.
And I'm like, oh, of course. It's like, what? It's racist that I eat? Fuck you.
Yeah.
So you make your way into some back alleys, and you manage to find a guy who is in the process of standing real close to someone else. They're talking in hushed tones, and you see one person pass something into someone else's pocket. And you've seen enough drug deals to know how this works. You're pretty sure that guy's a dealer.
I'll probably run enough. Well, when their other client is gone,
Yeah, the other person like leaves, and that person will lean up against the alleyway.
Hey man, you someone I can talk to, get some good shit?
You approach, and this person turns to look at you. They lick,
Don't worry,
they lick their
I'm a
lips. They lick their lips as if they have like chronically dry mouth and lips. Hey, and who would you be?
So important. I'm a friend. I'm a client. That's what you need to know.
Oh, all right. And you're already in the game for something good, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm
good.
no stranger.
All right. Well, what is you looking for?
Shit, we have actual fantasy drugs, and I didn't think about that at all.
There's a whole list on the wiki if you haven't
There
checked.
is a whole list on the
You
wiki.
can just make up some slang. I'm looking for some Ruby Scooby.
What kind of symptoms do you want to be feeling afterwards?
Yeah,
You
that's a
know?
good question.
You got some slick. You got some gooby. You got some.
Ugh,
Gooby.
gross.
My friend Spider has it all.
Got some orangutan.
I'm fresh out of that, actually.
Okay, yeah, that sounds fine. That's more fucked up than Reddit getting me.
I mean, that's pretty messed up stuff, even for old Spider. So, what are you looking for? Something to keep you up at night? Something to put you to sleep? Something to make you forget about your troubles?
Just something for a good evening. Nothing
for
gets
good
fucked.
evening. How good? You talking something to make you melt into your bed, or something to give you the energy to do anything you need?
Let's do a couple of each.
Good man, good man. And what he will produce is a small vial of this gray-looking substance. And he'll say, some of the finest ether glass you'll ever find.
Fuck it, let's do it.
And then he'll also hand you, he'll take out a small satchel and say, got some hag thistle? Some of the best stuff I've ever seen. I don't even know where my guy gets it, but it gets better every time. Just you can smell this through the bag, and he holds it up to you. And you can smell it, and it is
Potent.
it is some dank shit, is what it is.
All right, this is what I'm talking about. Thank you, my friend. You are a gentleman and a scholar.
Hey, just remember, if you ever need anything around this part of town, you just look up old Spider.
Yeah, I'll keep
I'm
the
always
spider in
around.
mind. So how much is that going to run me?
So you think that like ether glass is a pretty hard drug, hag thistle a little less so, but it's a decent amount of it. So you figure that, knowing from what you understand about illicit goods, these are probably going to be a decent amount of money. Maybe 10 gold, maybe 20 gold for the ether glass, maybe 5 gold for the hag thistle. And he looks at you and he holds up 2 fingers. 2 gold.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you doing a discount or something? I mean, I'm not complaining, but
Old Spider has a good hookup. Don't you worry about it. Spider's doing just fine.
you know, you want any muse with that shit?
Muse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some of that. How many you need?
Another gold's worth. Let's throw in 3.
Sure. He gets you out 3 tabs of Muse.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and make this transaction with him. I'll go ahead and.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and reduce that gold from you, and into your consumables you can add in hag thistle, ether glass, and Muse. Enjoy.
Ether glass is gonna probably be for a very special occasion.
Actually, Muse is already a pre-built item, so you can hit Control Space.
Oh,
You
beautiful.
type in Muse and just drag that onto your sheet.
Beautiful, beautiful.
You're welcome.
Really.
Yep. Someday I'll actually build out the rest of them to be proper consumables off. But as it stands, Muse is the only one I've actually
What?
pre-built.
Did you say you got ether glass?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
What's wrong?
I don't want anything too hard, just something that will kill me.
Yeah.
Hey,
Look, with it, when you
when
sometimes when you're making a back alley deal,
when
you just
you-
take what you can get, and then you find somewhere else to use something else to use it.
Yeah.
mhm.
I'm like,
don't
it
ha-
will
I mean-
make-
Yeah.
we'll have uses for poisons.
We got the hag thistle. I mean, that's pretty low key shit.
Yeah.
Could I get one marijuana and 1 heroin?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, basically.
that's the thing. I was like, hey, how about something easy, just some green, and he was like, you want some black tar? And I'm like, dude, if he's opening with that, then I can't say no. This guy is clearly unhinged.
That's
Yeah,
Spider.
I'll take the marijuana and the pure fentanyl, please.
It's like,
Leave Spider alone.
He's a good man.
All right, I need to write down spider in my notes.
oh yeah, me too, really. And yeah, and after that, I'll just gather all the stuff that Louie requested for food stuff.
Wonderful.
I think I'll spend an extra gold to grab double the portions that were explained.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah, he has plenty. He has plenty.
Oh,
Like
not
I
from
said,
Spider, from for food.
Oh, for food. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, that's fair. You
We
buy a
don't
whole
need
bunch
that
of
many
food.
drugs.
No,
Yeah.
I can
lifetime
find Spider
supply at
again
that
if I
point.
need it.
All right, so you buy a whole bunch of food, and on your way back, you return to the investigation company office, whatever you want to call this place. The office is as I have it listed as at the moment because you haven't named yourselves.
Mhm.
And when you get back, you see something is different than when you were here last. Something odd has happened, and that is someone has left a note pinned to your front door. The note on the front side, facing outward, has one word written on it in a weird, like, poorly scrawled handwriting. Just says Xander. And the note is stained with blood. And that is where we're going to take our second break.
Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Fell down the stairs.
And we are back.
Woo! We did it.
Welcome back, checkers and pleasers. Hi,
We did it.
everyone.
Hi, everybody. All right, so when we last left off, Valentino, you just got back from a grocery run, also a drug run, but when you got back, you found a bloody note attached to the door, and the note is addressed to Xander. What would you like to do?
I mean, it'd be rude to open it, so
So is it written in blood, or does it just have blood on it?
It has blood around the edges, but the pen is in ink. Like the actual writing is in ink. It's an ugly handwriting. It's jaggedy and poorly written, but it very clearly says Xander on it.
Is it spelled correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why I had to ask that part. Just, so, I'll head in. I've got the note one hand and the groceries over the other. I've got the drug in the same hand as the note.
Okay. So you do so. You grab the note. You head inside the building, and you find that currently there is no one else in the main area. It appears that Xander, Louie, and Bastion are likely on the second floor, and no one seems around. You do hear some movement to your southwest. You hear some boxes being drug around, and you realize that Zu'lin appears to be in the supply closet.
Hey, Zuzu.
Yes. Can I help you with anything, friend?
Do you know where I can find Xander? He's got some mail.
I believe they were on the roof.
Excellent. All right, then I'll head to the roof.
All right. Valentino, you head up to the second floor and make your way up onto the roof eventually. And when you arrive up there, would you find Xander there, or did Xander leave the roof area?
I think Xander would have left the roof area.
Okay, so in that case, Valentino, as you go to the second floor, you will find Xander most likely in his room then.
Yeah, knock on the door and everything. Xander.
After about maybe 7 seconds, you'll hear a cough, and then Valentino?
You got some mail, and it's really fucking suspicious. It might be a lead.
The door immediately opens, and Xander comes out and closes it and looks down at you.
Just hold it up.
It's a bloody note that says Xander on the front. It's just a one-page note. It's not folded over, so there's more writing on the back of the page.
Okay. I'm gonna flip it over.
Okay. You flip it over. Do you want to read this out loud, or do you want to read this privately?
Why don't you tell me what it says, and then I'll let you know if I read it out loud.
Oh, so okay, just to read. It's okay. In that case,
I
I'll
didn't
read it
really
out loud.
fold it up either. I probably
Oh, no,
look at it on the way up, or if it was
All
just
right.
I could just look at it.
Then I will read it out then, and this
Actually,
is just to... Go ahead.
Yeah, that works. Perfect.
Okay, then I'll read it out,
Sure.
and you can determine whether or not you want to share this information. It says on the front, Xander, and on the back, again in the same poor handwriting, it says, "I know what you have become, what you are trying to do. You are misguided. The truth is plain to see. It is right in front of you. Open your eyes." And again, the note is stained with blood. And I'll send that to you in text so you have it as for your notes.
You get anything from it?
I'd like to sniff the blood.
You sniff the blood, and it is fresh. Fresher than most. Fresher than the cadavers at the God's Home. You hear a yell from the roof. You hear Bastion yelling down. Hey guys!
Is that all good, Xander?
Yes, this is...
You have any idea what it's about?
I actually am not completely sure.
All right, well, we got another puzzle to solve, then. I'm gonna go find out what Bastion's yelling about. I'll have it to the roof.
You hear footsteps moving toward the access to the roof, and Valentino, you meet halfway up. Hey, there's a bunch of coppers outside. Just so you know.
Fuck. I hate that.
You hear some rumbling as you hear several latches start to unlock. And then you just see a meek little Louie's head pop out from his door. Do we have to?
I mean,
Probably
they know where we
someone else.
live, so like,
Yeah. Who's gonna talk to him? Is it? Do I have to do this? All right, I'll do it. Hey, Bastion.
yeah.
Do you want to get fucked up later?
Depends.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I got options. Hold up the bag, and then I'll go down to meet the coppers. Actually, I'll give them
Alright.
the bag, so I don't have a bag of drugs when I go to talk to the police.
You can toss in the bag, sure. All right. So you make your way down to the first floor again, and everybody but everyone but Bastion is now on. Well, I don't know. I guess Xander probably isn't up there. Apologies. So Louie and Valentino, you make your way to the first floor, and Zu'lin is still doing what Zu'lin's doing in the supply room, but there's
With the
knocking
door closed?
upon the door. Yeah, with the door closed.
Actually, you open. I'm gonna just be in the other room waiting.
Knock, knock, knock. As you open the door, you see a squad of 4 coppers standing there.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good afternoon there. You'd be Valentino, right?
That's correct. You guys are learning quickly. So, what's wrong?
It was in the flyer.
Right.
Yeah, we're here to inform you that another body was found.
I see.
It's been brought to the god's home, in case you all want to examine it.
Louis just
It's,
goes in from the waiting room, opens his mouth, and then goes upstairs.
Looks like it was fresh, probably overnight.
We'll be there shortly. Thank you for your information.
They nod, and the group of them turn to leave.
Dum, 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 back up the stairs. And you just see Louis slide from the top of the stair to against a wall as he does not have any traction. He took off his boots. New body. And he just looks at Bastion and Xander.
Xander is actually inside his room.
Okay. He goes and knocks on Xander's door. Xander, there's another body that was found.
The door immediately opens, and Xander comes out and closes it behind him. Understood. Shall we go check it out?
It's at that big temple.
The god's home?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
I wish this fucker would stop killing people for like one day.
I'm gonna go put my boots on. And Louis just runs into his room, grabs his boots. You see him hopping as he's putting one on and follows everyone downstairs who is up there. Okay. I'm
Bastion
ready.
sticks his head down into the second floor as you're all getting ready and says, "Wait, I'm pretty drunk. Do I have to go?" Yeah, fuck it, I'll go. And he
You want, man?
will stash the bag he was handed in his room, and he'll come on down the stairs. All right, let's go see a dead body, I guess. Where's
Zu'lin, new body.
You'll hear the door open to the storage room. Did I hear correctly that there's another corpse to be examined?
Yes, sir.
What you heard was another person has been killed, so then let's not get too worked up.
Except readjusting his gloves
Let's get going.
as he probably too excitedly leaves the building.
All right. Well, your group heads outside, and you make your way back into the city of Luciana from the office. And as the group leaves the office, you head back to the god's home.
No breaks here.
No, it's one killing after another in this city. And returning to the god's home, you find that there is a new group of coppers here that have gathered since the last time you were here. Most likely the ones that have just delivered this body. It was found just recently, only less than an hour ago was it discovered, and it is fresh. Likely killed sometime in the wee hours of the morning.
Where was it found?
As you arrive and find the body, it is, of course, a woman between the ages of 18 and 35. This one has sort of chestnut color hair and we'll say green eyes. But they are killed with, in this case, it looks like they were stabbed to death. The guards can explain that the body was found in East Town, sort of in the west central side, in the alleyways right around here, where I'm pinging, which is to say sort of in the mid-east part of town, about the same elevation as the Basilica of St. Sildine, just further to the east.
Was there anything at the site?
The coppers will shake their head no. Nothing that we saw, sir. Just the body in a pool of blood. No writing on this one. No messages or anything cryptic like that.
Not on the body. Is they got the marking on it?
Yeah, if you want to pull up their shirt, you will find that they are marked.
Wonderful. I mean, tragic.
Where? Okay. Refresh my memory. If you would. Where was the Dead Hands territory?
The Dead Hands, I believe, are the orchards. They are the west side.
Yeah, Easttown is Knight's Dominion.
Oh, the Knights Dominion were there. Okay. I had them swapped in my head. Okay. But this is in the territory of one of the gangs now. So their shit about keeping the killers out is no longer
the Knights Dominion
valid.
They don't seem to give a shit. The Knights Dominion don't. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was established. They don't seem to care about stopping the murderers. The Dead Hands, at least, were like, at least we keep our streets safe. So, take that how you will. I'm not going to say one crime organization is better than another, but one of them at least has some pride in keeping their area safe from outside killers instead of just their own thugs.
I mean, it seems like more of the pride factored into it that this killer tore 3 people apart. I'm surprised they were even able to.
Yeah.
I think a bunch of thugs that punch things would get their asses fucking ripped apart.
Well, can we start examining and dissecting this body?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
All right. So Zu'lin's going to do the same procedure he normally does, which is starts off with the physical examination, just seeing if anything is missing from what he can tell, just for structure-wise.
Sure, absolutely.
And then if nothing appears or if a specific location is found, then he'll do more precise.
Okay. You are able to do so with a heal check, if you don't mind.
Got it. That is a 22.
A 22, that's an excellent heal check. Good job.
Thank you.
So you examine the body, and as you do, you find that this appears to be a normal specimen for a human. Actually, this is a half-elf, if that matters. So this is a half-elf, marked, but your heal check determines that there doesn't appear to be anything immediately noticeably wrong or missing.
Nothing noticeable there.
I'm gonna try as well.
Sure, go for it.
Let's see. So that is going to be 16 and 20.
Yep. So you check the body out as well, and you are also unable to determine anything immediately missing or otherwise unusual about this corpse.
I would like to... Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
I would like to weigh the head. Does it seem like it's
my next thought.
listen, or
Like when you say weigh the head, like you mean like sever the head and then lift it up?
no?
Or just
As
like
in
lift it up off the
with
table.
with my hands.
Just base. Yeah. No, I mean, it seems like it's a normal weight. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you feel the joints and all like the arms and legs. You feel all the different parts. Everything, like the body's pretty fresh. Like the person must have died probably less than 8 hours ago, maybe.
So we had a Tin Man on our hands.
And it does look like the body is in pretty good condition, aside from the stab wounds, right? Obviously, been killed with stabbing wounds, and there is a mark carved onto it just below the navel, a series of shallow cuts in a rough circle.
How does it compare to the rest of the markings? Is it exactly the same?
It's the same rough marking. I mean, none of them are identical.
Okay.
But you would say it's the same rough marking, yeah. It's a series of shallow cuts in a semicircle. Or sorry, not a circle. That's the word. A series of shallow cuts in a circle.
I was starting to think this was maybe a copycat if it wasn't for that note.
Or something is missing that is so minute, it's hard to parse.
Well,
was I able to start dissecting it all, or have I not started yet?
you can do that if you'd like. That's fine.
Because I'd like to do a general dissection just to
Sure.
see if I find anything with it.
You perform an autopsy on the body, and a little while later, you conclude after, well, we'll say a half hour or so passes by, and by the end of that, you have opened up most of the body cavity. You've examined various bits and bobs, and you find that aside from a couple of really nasty stab wounds that would have been fatal based on where they ended up damaging in the body, there's nothing missing. It just looks like this person was stabbed to death by something.
the missing organs were all just a coincidence. Just happened to all be people that were missing organs.
Yeah, that person
They're
was
just like
tragically
fucking
born.
weirdos.
That person was tragically born without a heart and survived to 20 years old without one.
Just coincidentally.
Yeah.
Happens every day.
They were
Drives me
Grinch.
crazy.
That's what we call them.
Oh. I feel like we're missing something.
I mean, do you think maybe that they processed, like, fucked up? Got too eager with the stabbing?
I'd like to lean forward and sniff the body.
The fuck, Xander? I was doing shit like this.
All right. What kind of information would you like to glean?
I'm gonna
What it
kiss the
smells
body
like.
next. What it smells like.
Gross. I just want to see, what does this person smell like? I mean, I guess they smell a lot like blood, but
Yeah. So this appears to be a half-elf, probably 44 years of age. So human equivalent, 22. And they look like they're well put together. It looks like they were possibly out on the town having a good night. They are wearing like some rudimentary makeup. Their eyes are sort of done up with like extra long lashes from various kinds of makeup that they were wearing. They have like eyeshadow on, and they are perfumed. So you smell them, and they have this floral perfume that is very, very, very difficult to detect. But if you get right up and smell them, you can still pick up a little bit of it.
okay.
But you get the sense that this person was probably some form of musician or entertainer or singer or something like that, based on their overall clothing and like where they were found. So it's possible that they were, going home after a shift at a tavern, possibly, or perhaps they were, doing some sort of musical concert somewhere in town. It's not entirely clear.
Which once again showcases how different all the victims are, because this one is a singer and the other one was Tessa.
Haha. So
That's true.
sad.
That's true. True.
Even do an autopsy, you can't fucking miss the opportunity to dunk on her.
No.
Jesus Christ.
And it seems this one actually had a decent set of vocal cords. This is eating at me.
Me too. Me too.
What am I missing?
This has to be.
Eating at you? Wait. No.
Wait.
I mean, I had that thought as well, honestly. This has to be intentional.
I can only
The
assume.
killing? Yeah, I don't imagine this happened on accident. She was clearly stabbed to shit. I mean, like, if there's a process to make the organs disappear and they weren't supposed to be stabbed to death first.
Perhaps.
But then again, that nod you got, maybe this was just for a message.
What message?
It was similar to notes that we've seen before. It said that I'm misguided, but that the truth is plain to see. It's right in front of me, but I don't see anything.
The truth is plain to see.
Hmm.
Shit, man.
I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
I just wanted to
okay.
make a note that Louie's waiting outside during this time period, or yeah, outside. He doesn't want to be in the temple.
Out there with drunk bro.
Yeah. Bastion's just leaning over to the facade of the building, still drinking.
Still drinking, alright. You took this shit hard. Fuck,
It's
man.
really good. And like, I don't remember what I was talking about. Hey, Louie. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good. I guess I'm kind of worried about you.
What do you mean?
I don't know, like, good stuff kind of happens, but then there's bad stuff all around you, so like, you're kind of like happy and sad at the same time. And I'm curious how you're handling it.
Well, to be honest, I don't think I haven't not felt sad since then.
Yeah.
But I guess since that's my normal, I try not to think about it too much.
He corks the bottle and puts it into a satchel. Cool. So like, Xander asked me a question earlier, and it was a really good question, and I want to ask it to you. Because it's like thought-provoking, you know?
Okay.
And it's like, when we catch this John guy, this killer dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we catch him and we get this bunch of money from the city, and then we can like sell that building that obviously has like magical shit in it, so it's gonna be worth a bunch. And we split that, we're all gonna be rich. So like, what do you want to do with your piece?
I don't really care about money. I guess I'd buy whatever spells I want to buy and then, I don't know, donate the rest to people who need it.
It's kind of like what Xando said.
Oh,
Huh.
I just don't really care about money, to be honest. I don't think it makes good people.
Yeah, I think you're right. But like, trust me when I say, coming from somebody who didn't have money growing up, it's good to have it. It makes things a lot easier.
All right,
So
I'll
don't
keep
just
enough
give it
to
all away.
live.
Yeah, you should keep enough to live because you deserve to not have to be worried about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Cool.
What about you?
And then he just sort of stares off in the middle distance.
What about you?
What's up?
Are you
What-
happy?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, my life's been kind of weird recently, so like I don't know exactly, but I mean, I'm making it work, and I think that like I don't know what I did wrong at that dinner, but something like I'm just the assistant, so like I guess I didn't ask enough questions.
Louie scoots
It's
just
weird.
a little bit closer. That's really eating
Yeah.
at you, huh?
Well, no, it's just like I don't know. I thought I was like a useful person, and then they're just like an assistant. I'm like, you know what, whatever. They just don't know me. But yeah, it's kind of eating at me. But they don't know me,
Louie
so it's fine.
hesitantly places his hand on Bastion's shoulder.
What's up, bro?
I think you're really helpful.
Thanks, bro. I think you're like spot on with what they said. You're like the genius problem solver.
No, I don't really think so. I feel like I've not even tapped the surface on all of this.
I don't know. I think you probably know more than you're saying. That's how all you
Okay.
smart folks are. You always know more up here than you say. It's pretty cool.
Well, when the only friend you have is up here for the longest time, you gotta do something. Or
You
else-
have a friend up here?
No, I mean, when I'm alone,
What's their name? Is it Maggie? Susan?
Why would it be a woman?
Bertrillatwix.
Is that your head friend?
I don't think I have one. I think if I did, I would probably have better conversations.
What I was...
Oh,
Never mind.
what's up?
I don't know. I don't know how to talk to you.
What does that mean?
I don't really know how to talk to anyone, per se. I don't know where I stand with people. I want to be able to talk to people and feel like they can hear me. But I feel like everyone is speaking a secret language and I don't know the password to it. Like there's some puzzle in life and I'm not allowed to fit into it.
Okay. You're allowed to fit into it. I mean, I'm not gonna like push you away or anything. I don't think I have.
I mean, I feel as though every time I try to talk to you, I don't know, it's not the right thing to say. I don't know. I've been away from people for so long.
You like hiding away?
No. And Louie leans over and whispers into Bastion's ear something very specific, which I will send to you in a moment, though I think you'll guess what it is.
Yeah, go ahead. So, while that is happening,
Touch your pee-pee.
Jesus. While that is taking place, let's see. So back in the God's Home, what is Zu'lin and Valentino up to?
You're poking a dead body.
It's like the best thing he ever does.
So
It's the only time he's truly happy.
I mean, we've done. I'm trying to kind of get an idea of how thorough of a search we've done here with the missing body parts. Who said that it's probably something too small to notice? So that would be like just like a random bone at most, or something like that.
Potentially, yeah. If something's missing, it's very minor.
Or
Very
it could
minor.
be a portion of the brain.
Could be something like that.
Potentially,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Or it could
I've
be
had-
nothing and it has to do something with that note.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Or
sure
they're
it has
trying
to
to
be
throw us
without.
off. with it. They overheard us saying they could regenerate the whole thing. It's like, shit, I could be doing that?
Right.
Dang!
Right.
They're like, oh yeah, that would have been. That's a good idea. Shit.
In fact, we solved the pulling because now they realize they could just get one person and then just like keep harvesting from it. They actually got like 15 brains from this one person.
Then the next one, there's no symbol, and they're like, holy shit, I don't have to draw the thing. I can just kill people.
It's so much easier! I was bad at
So
art!
simple. I thought murdering people I had to do like 5 things.
Man, my teacher was so wrong.
That course is bullshit.
Any potential ideas between either of you?
Xander left to go to the restroom.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I assume we can hear him furiously shitting out bad.
God
Yeah.
damn.
Certainly.
I'd like to do some more just perception checks. Just get that out of the way.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You are welcome to.
And also, I don't know, Arcana as well. See if I see anything.
Sure. Yeah. So Zu'lin,
Right
you
there.
you continue this incredibly thorough investigation of this body, and near as you can tell, there is not anything truly like magical about the way this person died. There's no hint of auras on it. There's nothing truly strange aside from yeah, there's nothing missing as far as you can tell. Like, you've examined this body every which way you can, and it looks like it's all here, unlike the other marked bodies.
How to drive Zu'lin crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
Inconsistent data set.
That comes with the really wild implicit assertion that Zu'lin is not crazy.
Right. That's true. That's a great point, actually.
Would a
Yeah, I think
crazy
we've-
person have a doctorate?
Good point. Never. Not possible.
I think we've gotten everything. I think this body's a dead end at this point.
But the question is, why is it a dead end? What
Well, there
is
could
the
be a number of
purpose?
reasons. It could have been an accident. Maybe they ran out of time. Partway into whatever ritual is normally being performed. Maybe this whole killing was just to send Xander a message. We might be dealing with someone that fucked.
I suppose it's true.
Or maybe it takes some time maybe we should come back tomorrow. Maybe this is a thing that doesn't happen immediately. The mark does the work on its own or something.
I was considering that as well. I suppose we shall come back in the morning.
See what the others might have to say. Yeah, I'll head out to where Louie and Bro are.
As you step out of the building, do you want to, let's see, Keni, do you want to describe what it is that Valentino sees?
Yeah, so Bastion and Louie are sitting side by side. I imagine Louie is closest to the door, while Bastion is to his left. And you see Louie just staring off into the distance, and his left hand is being gently held by Bastion's. And what is Bastion's expression currently?
He's kind of staring off in the middle of the distance drunkenly.
Can I roll a sense motive to see if this is something I should walk in on, or do I have to make that call myself?
You are welcome to make a sense motive, but you're also welcome to call yourself.
I would much rather the dice do this than my fucking broken ass brain.
Okay. You're not sure if they're having a moment or if they're both just dissociating in their own ways.
I'm not sure there's a distinction there.
Yeah, because Bastion's very clearly drunk, and bodies, obviously freak out Louie pretty badly. So
I'll kind of walk out to the middle distance in front of them and just wave.
Bastion will snap out of it, let go of the hand, and say, "Oh, hey, Val, how you doing?
You two okay?
I mean, I had some stuff to drink. I brought it. Do you want any?
Maybe later. I think we should get
all right.
tonight.
Okay.
Louie just stands up and walks off.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he was kind of like sad about stuff.
Did I fuck something up? I mean,
No.
did I interrupt?
No, I don't think so.
Well, we didn't find shit in there. It's really fucked.
Oh, all right.
I would like to have drawn some blood from the victim.
What do you want to draw?
A bird with a hat.
And what is going to happen is there is nearby this building, there is a series of basically public restrooms. Okay. These exist out in the city from place to place, time to time. And this is where Xander had gone off to but a moment ago. And as the group is sort of gathering outside of the God's home after everything, you're kind of standing around waiting for Xander to get back, and there is going to be a noise, like a thumping, clumping noise, almost like someone is punching wood or something. It's a weird sound. Then suddenly the door to one of the public restrooms, which are really kind of these little stalls, is going to burst open. Xander is going to stumble out into the street, fall to his knees, and vomit a stream of pure blood onto the ground. He then falls over onto his side, passing out immediately. And that is where we're going to end today's session.
Fuck you.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.